It is now 10 o'clock. We will get started and welcome the Conservation Land Stewardship Program. So, welcome. And which we are on page 105. And this appears to have 2 employees. I guess you're one of them. Oh, okay. One's vacant. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Testing. Okay. Yeah. So my name's Charlotte Harding. I previously worked with Steve Walker, who is the director of the Conservation Land Stewardship Program. And my supervisor, Steve, has since retired, so I'm here. The overarching purpose of the Conservation Land Stewardship Program is to protect the state's investments and interests on conservation lands. So we help monitor, steward, and provide oversight for conservation easements, which the state of New Hampshire has invested in. And I am familiar with our budget. I was involved with the FY 26-27 budget development. And if you have any questions that I don't know the answer to, I am happy to follow up with answers to those.
All right, thank you. On the page 106, transfers from other agencies and agents, talk about the source of funds, right? So.
Yes. So we currently have 2 sources of funding. One of those sources is from an endowment that is held at the state treasury and administered by the Council on Resources and Development. The other source of funding, which would be the transfer from other agencies, is those are funds provided by the Fish and Game Department for monitoring of conservation easements that are not held in that endowment at Treasury.
So these endowment funds, that's some dedicated fund that we could look up in RSA 612, is that?
Yes, so I believe RSA 162C8 was what established the endowment at Treasury. We call it the Land Conservation Endowment, but that's,
okay.
I think it just says the endowment in that RSA.
Does it get new money from anything?
It does. So outside of that contract that's listed as the 001 transfer from other agencies, Fish and Game, when they develop new conservation easement properties, they work with us and partner agencies to actually contribute to add a contribution to the land conservation endowment. And that is for the perpetual monitoring and stewardship of that property.
Okay. Representative Evil.
Thank you very much for being here and for what you do. If I understand what the purpose of this program is, it's to protect the state's interest in lands that we have conservation easements
Correct.
on. So just give us an example of a couple of important pieces of property that you would be involved in, because it seems to me that you have an important role to fill for our state.
Yeah. So our program was, when it was originally created, it was known as the Land Conservation Investment Program, which was a land acquisition program that ran in the late 80s to early 90s. And the state acquired over 100,000 acres of conservation land through that program. And about half of those properties were acquired by state departments in fee, meaning that Fish and Game or Department of Natural and Cultural Resources outright own those properties and manage them internally. And then the other half of those properties were acquired as conservation easements owned by private landowners. Some are nonprofits, some are just private citizens. Some of the larger pieces of properties that we are involved with would include the Muskoma Headwaters area up in Canaan. I'm trying to think of, there is a very large LSIP property in Gilmanton that was preserved by the Boy Scouts organization, and it's now known as the Hidden Valley Boy Scout Camp. And that backs up to other LCIP properties as well. So there are groupings of properties to create large tracts of forested lands. I am trying to think of some other that you might recognize the name of.
Well, so LCIP was the organization that preceded the creation of LCHIP, right? And
Correct.
so it was financed by the state, as I recall, and so the state was actually buying properties pursuant to this LCIP program that was replaced. Is Nash Stream or any of those large properties up there part of what was acquired through LCIP?
Yes, so Nash Stream was acquired through the LCIP in fee. So we don't have involvement with that particular property because it is managed by the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Okay.
But yeah, that was I believe, the largest property acquired through the
Yeah, that's
LCIP.
one that I remembered. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So I don't see any money in here for like tree trimming or anything. So what do you do with these properties?
Yeah, so what we do as far as stewardship, it's hands off. So as opposed to doing trail work and maintaining boundaries, what we do to protect the state's interest is first and foremost maintain relationships with the landowners, and we communicate with them annually to go over changes to those properties in past years and plans for changes in the coming years. We monitor and inspect the boundaries of these properties to check for encroachments from abutters. We monitor the properties to ensure that they're being used according to the purposes of the conservation easement deeds, which we consider to be the authority for proper use of those properties. So we can look for incompatible public uses. Many of the properties do not allow, let's say, motorized wheeled vehicles or in general, recreation activities that wouldn't be considered to be transitory and passive. Almost all of the properties are open to public access, including for hunting and fishing, hiking, basically low impact uses. So we monitor the properties every year for incompatible uses that are not allowed by those conservation easement deeds.
So it's all about easements as opposed to property the state owns. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Evil?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's,
Reverend-
I apologize, it's not exactly a question, but I've been involved in some land trust type organizations, and what can happen is people can start building on these preserved lands and like breaking through the deed requirements and just like misusing the land. There can be dumping on lands like this of hazardous waste. And so part of stewardship, once you get a conservation easement or the state owns something in fee, which she's involved in, you just have to make sure that it's being used properly. That's basically
That's correct, yeah.
And so it's just a really important role they fill.
Just a moment. So Jack, could you get us the page from the dedicated funds report for this endowment, land endowment dedicated fund? All right, thank you. Representative Weiler.
That was going to be my question. Do you have a dedicated fund? You obviously do.
Yes.
Do you remember the title?
The title of the dedicated fund, I believe the Treasury has the title as the Land Conservation Endowment.
So basically, the operation in your office is going out and checking on all these properties. I see you've gone up in your in-state travel, going way up.
Yes, and the primary reason for that is because we were using a state issued vehicle that we didn't acquire it ourselves. It was a bit of a hand-me-down from the office that we were previously embedded within. We were a part of the Office of Strategic Initiatives. So we had been using that vehicle over the past several years since that office disbanded. The vehicle is no longer functional. I believe, had listed a new vehicle as one of our prioritized needs for the new biennium, but we have run into a few, maybe, I don't know how to put it, but basically, CORD, who ultimately holds the authority for all LCIP lands and administers funds from our endowment, has identified some issues as far as our ability to procure a new vehicle. So we raised our funds for in-state travel so that we can use our personal vehicles to go ahead and monitor those properties.
Do we need the second person in this office? And if we get a second person, are they going to do something different than what you're doing now, or more of the same?
That's a good question. I would say that the office runs more efficiently with two people. As far as whether it's a need, I'll say that I have been covering my role as well as the director's for the past 2 months since he retired. So it is possible to run as a single full-time staffed office, but not ideal.
right.
Thank you.
Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do you and the former director actually go into the field to do all the inspections yourselves?
Yes, we do. We do have a seasonal position, which would be, let's see. Trying to find where that would be. Class 050, yes. So Class 050 is to fund our seasonal position. And we actually just onboarded our seasonal, and the seasonal focuses heavily on monitoring as well. So, but yes, the two full-time positions also monitor. I would say that traditionally the director's role spends a lot more time in the office, taking care of the administrative side of things, while the position supervised by the director focuses more heavily on the field.
Okay. And what is your enforcement arm? Is it Fish and Game? Who enforces when you do find violations?
Yeah, thank you. So CLS ourselves, we do not have enforcement authority. So we do refer enforcement issues over to the grantee agencies who hold these conservation easements. When an issue is found with an LCIP easement, those grantee agencies have the option to forward that enforcement authority over to the Council on Resources and Development if that grantee agency feels that they are not comfortable addressing the issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Jack, was the, in Class 17, this extra 11,000 in fiscal year 25, is that related to the retirement? Okay. Do you know?
I believe it is.
Yeah. Because I think there's some kind of payment you get, right, on retirement?
Right.
Right, yeah. Okay, very good. All right, other questions? No?
No, I was just going to say, so basically you're monitoring the state properties, identifying if there are issues, and then sending those issues to the, like, Fish and Game or whomever to do the enforcement. Right, but some of that, of course, can be working with the landowners to try to get the infraction worked out. I mean, some of these things can be really a lot of work and some not so much. So,
Yes, it could be something as small as, an abutter throwing a Christmas tree over a boundary, and something as large as a property being
logged.
subdivided when the easement says no subdivision is allowed, or a structure is built without grantee permissions and its purpose is not compatible with the purposes of the easement. So yeah, we do our best to work from the landowner level up. So when we do find issues, smaller issues, we tend to work with landowners and abutters to go ahead and correct those to mostly to save on staff time. And because we know that the grantee agencies themselves, they don't manage these properties. And we've experienced when we have forwarded some issues over to grantee agencies, they often don't have the bandwidth to deal with it in the short term.
So I think the upshot is, in addition to doing the monitoring, you do work with landowners to work out issues at sort of a lower, more user-friendly
Yes.
level.
Yeah, and the best way to avoid issues is to maintain a positive landowner relationship.
Right.
Let me ask this. So we now have your dedicated fund report here. Do you have a copy? Yeah.
No, I do not.
Can put it on the
Oh,
side.
thank
There
you.
you go. So, where it says other sources of funds, so when someone puts land into conservation, gives you a conservation easement, that somehow generates a fee that goes into this fund, is that right? Or a payment of some kind?
Yeah, so when Fish and Game gets a new conservation easement, they're typically working with a partner organization, and the funds that get contributed to the endowment come directly from those partner organizations. And the fee that is contributed is based on a stewardship calculator, which is a matrix we use to determine what the appropriate contribution would be. That's based on 10 years of stewardship. And we've also been advised by the Treasury that we should count on withdrawing no more than 4.5% of the investment income from the endowment per year. So,
I understand.
yes. Okay.
Do you know what happened in 2022? There was $1 million taken away from this fund.
In 2022. I am not sure off the top of my head what caused that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reduction in
All
funds.
right. Well, I think that's one more question.
No, I wondered if I could make a motion.
No, I'm not quite ready to take a motion, so we'll talk about this.
Okay, so the only other thing I wanted to say, is it a correct statement to say that when properties, in recognition of the amount of work that it takes to ensure that easements are respected by landowners, is it a correct statement to say that there's been a lot more emphasis on stewardship within the land protection community now, recognizing there's an ongoing responsibility and that it costs money?
Yes. Yeah, in the conservation community, there is more emphasis being placed on stewardship because, it's always exciting to protect a new piece of land, but that's really when the work begins and, yeah, needing to protect it.
Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The open position for the director, I know that there's a hiring freeze right now, but were they actively looking for candidates, and did you have any candidates lined up before the freeze?
So I was informed at the end of the day yesterday by HR that I would be getting a temporary promotion into the director's position. So I don't think that there were any candidates lined up beforehand, although I did let HR know that I was interested in the director's position. So, yep.
Thank you very much. I mean, one thing we could do with these is leave her plus some more temps, right? More summer jobs, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk about that later. All right. Thank you very much for coming. It looks like we got a 9-minute recess or something.
Thank you.
going to be moving to page 518.
Peter couldn't think of either way in a situation.
Yeah. This has 5. Okay. It is now 10:30 and we will welcome,
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Paul Breen, Peace Development Authority Executive Director, and I'm accompanied by Susie Anzalone. Suzanne Anzalone, our Finance Director.
yeah.
I'd be happy to give a quick overview of, I know we're specifically talking about the operating budget for Division of Ports and Harbors.
Yeah.
Legislative statute 12G basically enabled the Peace Development Authority in the early 90s. About a decade after that, the Division of Ports and Harbors was transferred to the Peace Development Authority for administrative oversight. Specifically, the Peace Development Authority, we provide finance, legal, environmental, and engineering support to the Division of Ports and Harbors. Division of Ports and Harbors, the primary focus is maritime economic development on our waterways. Main facility is 55 Market Street, deep water berth, New Hampshire's only deep water berth. And then we have additional harbors in Hampton, New Hampshire, and Rye, New Hampshire, commercial, recreational businesses. And then we're also responsible for the Portsmouth Fish Pier, which is a commercial fishing venue that supports both drag netting and lobster fishing out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And then finally responsible for the navigational waters, the Piscataqua and Great Bay off of Newington and Durham. Happy to
What about the airport and related properties?
Yeah, so specifically, Peace Development Authority, the enabling statute was to be the airport sponsor for Portsmouth International Airport after the Air Force closed Pease Air Force Base under the BRAC closure in 1991. Specifically, there was a land public transfer that allowed the Department of Defense to maintain the New Hampshire Air National Guard. So approximately 2,400 acres were transferred to the state of New Hampshire. The thought process was to create a sustainable airport to support the Air National Guard. They currently still have an incredible presence with their KC-46 modern refueling fleet. And in order to sustain those financial obligations of maintaining that large airfield facility, the state was allowed to develop the property, which is now the Pease Tradeport Industrial Commerce Park. Essentially, it's a closed fiscal system that any revenue we generate from the non-aeronautical activity and the aeronautical activity that goes on there goes into essentially an enterprise fund that allows us to maintain and operate the airfield that supports the Department of Defense's and the New Hampshire Air National Guard's mission.
So none of that shows up here. It's only port-related things.
That's
Is it?
correct. We keep two sets of books, and that really is an FAA requirement in our federal grant assurance, and that stems back to the original land public transfer. So we keep two sets of books, one for the Division of Ports and Harbors and one for Peace Development Authority. And also, it should be known that the Division of Ports and Harbors is also self-sustaining. Our operating budget does not impact the state's general fund. We do from time to time use resources of the states, but they're paid back through the work that your finance team does. And Susie will.
Is there a
reimburse us that.
dedicated fund for the airport?
There is a dedicated fund.
Uh-huh.
Essentially, all of the funds that are involved, with the exception of Division of Ports and Revenue, is all airport funds.
Okay. So, Melissa, we can look at that. So, okay. All right, so go ahead. Let's talk about, you have two sections here, one with 2 people and one with 3.
Yes, so basically, the only line items really in our budget are wages and benefits and some smaller administrative costs. for insurance, watercraft policy. And so as these costs are incurred, we reimburse the state quarterly, and we do an annual reconciliation to make sure that everything's being reimbursed. And so, as Paul mentioned, the expenditures for the Division of Ports and Harbors don't have any impact on the state's general fund. Everything is reimbursed. And so we have, 5 positions, and like I said, just benefits and some smaller administrative costs.
So it's reimbursed because you charge fees to people who bring in ships? Is
Yeah,
that-
the revenue is, we're generating the revenue from wharfage and dockage fees, parking fees, registration fees, mooring fees. And that's what's used to cover our operating expenses. Not only the ones that are reflected here, but also the operating expenses that are not at, I guess, what you'd call the state level.
All right, let's start on page 518. So there's a big jump in overtime from fiscal year 24 to 25 and beyond. Would you be better off with a temp instead of all that overtime?
Pardon me? Yeah, so this budget is put together by the Department of Administrative Services, and so I don't know if they're just allowing for some wiggle room, but, I think that if you're looking to decrease some of the expenditures, this would be a line item that we could,
So you don't think you're really using this amount of overtime?
no, well, not, yeah,
I would just say the nature of the business is at the mercy of commerce. Specifically, the bulk of the overtime is related to our security plan at the Deepwater Port, and that is relies on the activity of the vessels that are coming in. For instance, most of you are probably dealing with roadway salt shortages at your hometowns. So we've seen an uptick in those salt ships coming into the port. That will create more overtime to meet our security requirements for those international vessels. So it's somewhat fluid, and we
So
would.
you're saying the vessel could come in Sunday night or something, and then there'd be a lot
Correct.
of overtime?
So we may have if there's no snow and inclement weather next year, we may not have as many vessels come in. So we don't want to commit to a permanent or temp employee at that level. But obviously, our unit managers monitor this, and if we need it, we'll certainly put additional labor in.
Okay.
and last year's expenditures too, there was not a lot of activity coming through the port. We were doing a construction project, and so we had fewer salt ships coming in. So although it is a lower number, for the next 2 fiscal years, I can see a decrease, but I don't think that it's going to be as low as it was in fiscal year 24.
Okay. And then the workers' comp line is a huge jump. What's going on with that one?
Workers' comp from,
We have seen an overall uptick in our workers' comp.
that's only
What-
from 5.8 to 6.6.
No,
Representative-
Oh,
that's
you-
property and casualty.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Oh,
So
I'm
we're-
sorry, right underneath it.
I just
It's a
wanted to
decrease.
give just
All
a
right,
couple
hold
of
on, Melissa,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
a couple of caveats. One, for workman's comp, that's just a straight cost from DAS that they get. They have no authority to change that or adjust that. It's a fixed cost. As for their overtime and holiday pay, those also are done by DAS as an estimate based on fiscal year 25. So those will be adjusted, but I just wanted to let you know that's a little bit different than where other agencies have picked their numbers. DAS gives support. They just build it based on what occurred in 25 and put that number there.
I see. So you're saying workman's comp in 25 is probably inaccurate?
That one's a fixed cost. It's a fixed cost that's billed by DAS.
Right, but it's going from 8 and 1 to 27 and 29, right? I mean, there's something's happening. Most agencies aren't seeing this kind of thing.
So Steve is whispering to me, and I'm just
Okay,
sharing
go
from
ahead.
DAS that statewide there's an overall increase in workman's comp. So when everybody's line in workman's comp is going up because the overall share is more
It's
expensive
not
at this
tripling.
point.
It's tripling? No. I mean, our workman's comp is,
Go with the number, yeah.
I can tell you, our workman's comp is like the third lowest in the country, right? So there's something weird going on with this particular line. Maybe you can find out
Yeah,
separately.
we'll get more
Okay.
information.
All right. And let's go down to pick. Let me ask one more and then I'll take other questions. Let's go to page 519. Retiree benefit, pension benefit, health insurance. Went from 0 to 150 plus to 100 and, did a very sick person retire or something like that? What's going on with that line? DAS again, okay. They're hiding all kinds of expenses on, yeah. But we're not seeing this kind of thing in most places.
Pass on some more information.
Okay.
So in '24, they did receive a bill, but they paid it outside of New Hampshire first. So it would not show, it would be a 0 in here because it did not go through the budget system. They paid it on their own. But typically it would be 25, 26, and 27. That's what the costs typically are. But again, they would pay them, they would pay it on their own, and it may be a 0, or we'd be reimbursed for that amount.
Okay. All right, well, when we see DAS, maybe we'll ask them about this kind of thing. Okay, all right, Representative Griffin, then Representative Campbell's.
If you look down here, there's no workman's comp for the salaries. So I suspect it all got moved up top.
Well, then that would be for 24 and 25 also.
Yeah, I suspect they probably changed the line and put it all up top.
No, we'll find out. Okay, Representative Campbell's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do the revenues ever exceed your expenses? Do you have good periods where you can actually make more money than you need?
Yes, we do. And what that would be done is that's kept in our enterprise fund that would basically foster capital improvements or capital replacement.
Okay, so it wouldn't go back to like a general fund. You keep it and you use it for improvements?
Correct. We utilize it for capital improvements, potentially anything from a federal grant, local sponsorship portion of a grant, or we reinvest it into the facility, whether it's fixed assets or capital needs.
Okay, and the opposite of that, if the revenues are down and less than what you anticipated, how do you make up the delta to pay your expenses?
Fortunately, I'm proud of the team that we manage fiscally responsible, and we haven't been in that position. We hope not to be in that position, but we work very closely on our operating budget, on a monthly report to our PDA board, and then staff works at it continuously to make sure that we're not in that position. And any of those capital improvements would be the first things that we would scale back on if we saw that we're unable to sustain our O&M and our operating and maintenance budget. Thank you. You're welcome.
Representative Evil?
Yeah. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So, is your primary revenue source your fees?
Correct. Specifically the wharfage and dockage fees at Market Street Terminal, the heavy maritime lifts.
And, do you have the authority to adjust those fees yourself?
We do. It is a public process. We also have to gauge the competitive market around us, and also recognize what our limitations are with the infrastructure. Specifically, there's three bridges on the Piscataqua that impact what type of vessels we can take at Market Street. So it's a combination of knowing your infrastructure and what you can provide our commercial entities, and also gauging the local market and what their price points are.
Some fees for some agencies are statutorily set and they haven't been changed for a long time. So I was just curious what your situation
Yeah,
was.
and at the smaller facilities right now. We're actually have done quite an extensive review and increasing those that were stagnant for some time. We think they're fair and reasonable, and the first thing we do is look at other entities at the state. And for instance, public parking at our facilities is a fee structure, and we try to pair that with what we're seeing the Parks Department and municipal beaches and other facilities charge, and be on a level playing field with that.
All right. So we just got this report on your airport dedicated fund, and it's been growing significantly, it looks like. Can you just walk us through? I guess the last year was relatively flat, but
Yeah, so over the last few years, we did receive some COVID funding. And so it has grown our cash balances, but we've got some significant capital expenditures that we're anticipating at the airport. And so we're actually now just working on our capital budget. And so I anticipate that over the next couple of years, you're going to see this fund be much lower. But yes, it has grown, and that's really what it's been. It's been an influx of some of that COVID funding, and maybe not some larger internally funded projects, but we've got some on the horizon that are going to be internally funded that are pretty significant.
so what's the difference between what you put in the expenses line and in the other uses line?
That's really that's the increase or decrease in our receivables and our grant funding. Because I'm trying to think what else could drive that. Yeah, so we're looking at a point in time when we're putting this together, so that usually represents an increase and decrease in payables related to grant receipts coming in or grant receipts going out. And they can be pretty significant, especially like 2024 is when we had our terminal expansion project going. So when this was prepared, we could have had a grant reimbursement coming in for a couple $1 million versus in prior years when there was not a lot of big projects going.
And that tracks with 2021. That was the year that we had reconstructed our 11,000-foot runway to the tune of just under $20 million. So the timing of the grant reimbursement and the grant allocation triggers that large $5.5 million other services.
Do you ever bond for that kind of stuff?
With the exception of at the onset of the PDA, we have not bonded. I'm proud to say that we want to be a bank's worst customer, and we're very calculated. It was a decent deal with the U.S. government on the transfer. We have a lot of outdated buildings and infrastructure that are coming on to market now, and we do anticipate, for instance, we have to rehabilitate our air traffic controller, which is a state asset. We have to air traffic control tower facility, the actual building has to be rehabilitated. We have an upcoming, I believe, $4 million taxiway rehabilitation that is a primary egress out to the runway. You're dealing with such a large volume of pavement that was circa 1950s era construction that it is coming due, and we anticipate a large capital plan for rehabilitation.
Representative Weiler.
I'm on the Skyhaven Airport Advisory Commission. I'm surprised you didn't mention that that's one of your responsibilities. You also spend a fair amount of money there, or is that just what we get from the feds?
No, we personally, we do put extensive revenue into Skyhaven. We believe it's an incredible general aviation facility that has great economic contribution to the local region in Rochester and Somersworth. Unfortunately, there is some competing entities for aviation around the area. Yep. But because of what I would call economy of scale, that we have very talented professionals at Portsmouth International Airport that are able to put their resources to work at Skyhaven for engineering, environmental, airport planning. So we do contribute directly to Skyhaven, and we are now starting to be able to get a little bit of a enterprise fund there to put back into rehabilitating facilities. And just for the committee should understand that Skyhaven Airport was also transferred to the PDA approximately mid 90s. It was a private airport that was transferred to the New Hampshire DOT Division of Aeronautics, and then essentially it was transferred to the Pease Development Authority. And I'm proud of the product up there, and we hope that it continues to support the businesses in the community in that area.
We tried to get Rochester to take it over, but they were unwilling.
Yeah.
You were the next.
Yeah.
But it seems to work out right. You have one employee we see regularly. Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
All right, other questions? No? All right, yeah, I'm sorry, Representative Leishman, I didn't see you.
Mr. Chairman. So a number of years ago, the state was providing some funds and a bond was taken out to support some improvements. That's all been paid off.
It
right?
has, sir, yes.
Okay,
I bel-
thanks.
I believe the totality was $10 million, and it has been paid many years ago.
Okay, thanks. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
So what fraction of the 17 million the airport gets every year comes from the federal government?
So there's two types of grant funds that we'll receive. We'll receive entitlement. That's basically because of the number of passenger enplanements that we have that are commercial. That is about $1.6 million annually that we'll get because of the number of people that utilize the airport. And then we have discretionary and certain bill or ARPA type projects. Specifically, we had a federal terminal improvement to update our passenger screening, our baggage screening, and those can fluctuate. Fortunately, congressional delegation, the legislature, and the governor's office usually give us a lot of support when we go after a grant, but it can vary from year to year. But some years we'll only recognize that entitlement fund, and other years, if there's a specific carve-out that the FAA is trying to promote, specifically improving air traffic control towers, they may come up with a specific grant for that type of program, and we certainly would apply and see how we gauge throughout the country for getting that money, but it varies from year to year.
So there's no regular payments from the National Guard? Or is
So-
that the 1.5 million?
No, that's from the FAA. We operate under a joint use agreement with the Air National Guard, Department of Defense, and essentially that's a cost share. Specifically, we signed a prenuptial agreement when we when we received the property. And really, the key component with the Department of Defense share is they provide the aircraft firefighting and rescue services at Pease. They also supply the labor, the air traffic control personnel, the controllers. The Pease Development Authority, State of New Hampshire, we are responsible for the operating and maintenance of the airfield in the airport. So we identified that those costs offset. I wouldn't want to stand up a fire department and support the labor and the resources that have to do with that. And they likely wouldn't want to be responsible for removing snow on the runway when they need to be operational for their mission. So we believe it's a good balance, and it's a good deal for both the federal government and the state.
So the bulk of this is local commercial stuff, right? I mean, of the 17 million, it's almost all
Correct. It's the
Rents
ground,
and-
primarily it's the ground leases that the non-aeronautical buildings have generated. For instance, Sig Sauer's facility, Lawrence's facilities, the business park. It's those ground leases that are being paid to the Pease Development Authority that is going back into our enterprise fund that directly supports my labor costs, my capital investments, my future capital investments. And obviously, anytime that we have an opportunity to get federal funding, we will put an application in and try to utilize money from the federal airport transfer fund, transportation.
But those leases are probably long-term.
Correct. The majority of,
yeah.
if we have a developer that's building, or a company that's building a substantial building, we'll try to amortize that as long as we can. The FAA has rules on how long that can be, so it's not land disposal. But we try to maximize that, and we end up getting a very good building on site.
Is there much empty land for new commercial property or not?
For non-aeronautical, there's not. We're down to about 4 parcels. The easy ones were done first, and the other ones are challenging as far as site development, So we have 4 parcels remaining that could potentially be non-aeronautical use. Potentially in the future, we could be more dense. Our buildings could be higher or expanded. That's a policy decision.
Representative Wiley.
Where do the employees at Pease, like all the firefighters and all that, where are they listed?
So again, the fire department would be under the Department of Defense. We get that service as a joint use agreement, cost share agreement. My staff, Peace Development Authority staff, is more maintenance, equipment operators, what we call airport operations agents, security agents. So that's in our O&M. It's completely self-funded by the airport. No impact to your general ledger. They're not classified or non-classified. They're PDA employees, and we self-fund every salary associated with the airport.
A few years ago, I remember something before fiscal that sticks in my mind because we were hiring firefighters for a part of a year, and their benefits were greater than their pay, which got my attention, but
Most likely that was under the New Hampshire Air National Guard's budget, and several years ago, that was a New Hampshire Air National Guard expense. That fire department has transferred to responsibility of the Department of Defense, Pentagon level, which is a good story for the state as well, and the commitment that the feds have made into peace.
Thank you. I wondered what happened. Thank you.
So you may see that on the next agency. I noticed. Anyways, yeah, so if you look at the airport fund, dedicated fund, and see where it says accounting unit just above the table, and it
Yeah.
says off book. So that
Yeah.
means it's not in the book. That's what he's talking about. Yes, right. Okay. Any other questions? No? All right. Well, our next one's not scheduled. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Our next one is not scheduled till 11:15. So I guess we have a 20-minute break. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, should we have a quick caucus and talk about it? Or are we happy with that? Yeah.
They seem pretty solid.
Yeah. You don't want to mess with these?
I can walk away.
They're self-generated.
Just want to take a little of their money. Yes. No, Mike. No. What I want to do is, take 10% off
All right, I'll recognize Representative Evil for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Pease Development Authority budget as presented.
I'll second that motion.
All right, any discussion? Nope. Show of hands in favor? Looks unanimous. Excellent. All right, all done. All right, now, is it right time? Yes, it is 11:15. We have the special education advocate. Is that right?
Yeah, where is-
Advocate for special, come on up. All right. So for some reason, we only have 15 minutes to talk to you, so we have to talk quick here. So please introduce yourself. Oh, we have this whole present. So we probably won't have time to go over this whole thing. I saw this yesterday.
I will. Good morning. Kristen Moncharmani, Office of the Advocate for Special Education, and my colleague Tim Lenahan is here with me as well.
Okay. So when we see your budget, it's, so I'm on page 109 here. It's one person, which I assume is you, and then there's one big temp that's full-time, and that's you. Is that right? Yes. Okay. What's the why are we having a full-time temp as opposed to a full-time person?
We really shouldn't. The office was just launched kind of when we were already into the current budget cycle. I came on in the summer of 2023. So we didn't have any input into the budget or, the creation of these positions for fulfilling the statutory duties. There was an assumption, just to give a little bit of history, when I joined and even from the governor's office, Governor Sununu at that point, there was an assumption that we had a handful of staff to hire, and I was pushed, constantly to get that process going with hiring staff. We had some positions approved, redesigned after a few months that I was in office, interviewed for them. They were advertised through HR. When it came time to actually make offers, it was discovered that with the salary scales, et cetera, we didn't actually have the funding for the positions. So we talked to, there are lots of people who would be qualified to join us. We did ask in prioritized needs for funding for a staff of 6 for the office. And what I did in today's presentation was actually scale that back to say funding for a staff of 5, myself, Mr. Lenahan full-time and not temp, and then 3 other positions. And I'd like to just discuss that briefly with the presentation you have in front of you.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. We're so short of money that adding to the governor's budget is unrealistic. So,
I do understand that. What I would emphasize and what I've said throughout this is that we're asking for positions that we are not asking for an office manager. We're not asking for secretaries. We are not asking for the PR or marketing that some small agencies also have. We are asking solely for people to do the work. Case managers, 3 for the 32,000 students with IEPs in the state. Our requests for help went up to about 300. We get, on average, requests for help with 30 situations a month, 30 to 40. We are also pretty actively consulting with the legislature at their request and, advancing suggestions ourselves with regard to how the system of special education can be improved for both accountability and throughout this presentation, I've talked about cost efficiencies that we can achieve just by having the minimum staffing that we need to do the job. The state is spending, and I'm sure everyone's heard this discussed, more than $900 million on special education. It's a definite hot topic. We're willing to be very cost conscious. We've taken a really system-wide approach to looking at how can we achieve outcomes with less when it benefits the student. We have certainly been in positions to advocate for less staffing on behalf of a parent and student, but we're on the ground, we're in the field doing the work. We cannot do the statutory mandate, which has us data tracking, doing case management and resolution across the entire state of IEPs, legislative consultation, and training pieces. We can't do that with 2 people across the entire state.
So what brings you into a situation, you say you're doing 30 to 40 IEPs a month, but I mean, that's 1/1000th of all the IEPs there are,
That's right.
right? So even in a year, you're doing 1% of all IEPs, right? So for most of the IEPs, you never see them, right? So,
That's true.
yeah. So what do you do with an IEP? What brings you into the situation?
So we get brought into a situation when families reject or partially reject the IEP that's proposed by their district. For the most part, I was working alone for the first year, did about 40 of these cases. The 300 that I'm quoting there, we're not getting to all of those. We're trying to do intake on all of them, but Tim and I, with other responsibilities beyond just the case management, we can't get to that many. The situations are pretty dire. We've been triaging, numbers of situations where students are out of school. They've been out of school for a year, 2 years. They're hospitalized. They're institutionalized. We're getting them out of those situations. If we had families testify, we could have, dozens here saying that the impact to their lives and their children's lives has been dramatic. We would love to get, the investment in special education really should be an investment in students' performance, bringing them up to the point that they can for 30,000, I would say, of the 32,000 students we have on IEPs. It should be to get them to the point where they can function typically through the curriculum and post-graduation, post-completion. We are going to have, 1,000+ students for whom that's just not possible. They probably will need special education services their whole lives, and then they will transfer to our transitions into voc rehab and area agency supports. We are, for those students, really trying to make sure that there's an integration with those systems starting in high school, so that that's efficient, and so that the resources that exist there really get used for those students. We're getting more of them positioned for employment who probably would not have been otherwise. Again, what we're looking for is funding for 5 positions, including the 2 of us, so 3 additional, to do on-the-ground case management, to advise. We're very happy to hear that DOE has in place systems for labor costing. It's going to take a couple of years to really roll that out, but to figure out by student, why are the IEPs costing as much as they are? Why have costs risen? We have a pretty good sense of that from just literally looking at IEPs all the time, but we'd love to be involved in that for the cases we're involved in, for just checks. We've been collaborating with DOE. We've been collaborating with private agencies. We've done trainings for the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators. One of the priorities that would be cost saving and good for students that Tim recently did a training on for them was when we put students in episodes of treatment or when we have court ordered placements, how do we keep the education in the least restrictive environment so that what's happening right now is they end up coming out of those treatment episodes or being in court-ordered placements in far more restrictive educational environments that are also much more costly, not great for the student, not good for the system, and they don't return back. And that's because all the right players are not involved. When the court takes over the placement, the schools step back, or when BCBH takes over in an episode of treatment, the schools are stepping back. We're trying to prevent that from happening so that we have better outcomes and more cost-effective outcomes. That's one tiny measure of ways we're getting involved systemically. But we need the staff to do it. The statutory mandate can't be done with the 2 of us.
Do you have any kind of statistics on you said you've done 40 or so cases over the past year, that the resulting IEPs are somehow less costly overall than they were previously?
So, as I said, in a number of those cases, we were triaging. So, students were home in situations that weren't legal, right? Compensatory education was owed, so it's hard to say they're less costly. We have definitely, in a number of instances, had step down plans, again, because I think it's good for students, even as we emphasize cost. So, we've advocated in certain situations to make sure that if a student was, if we were trying to put a student in an outplacement from the district, that it was for a limited period of time, subject to evaluations, 3 months out by that, different placement, and that everyone on the team was thinking 6 months to a year out. What do we think? Obviously, we have to rely on data, but where do we think the step down pieces are? So we're certainly working with families on that. I would tell you, for the most part, we're always looking for solutions that are good for the students in the sense that they're a group, if it's an individual speech pathologist, why aren't we doing some group? That's cost effective. It's better for the student. If we have 2 paraeducators, look, it doesn't make sense. We don't better serve students by having 2 staff who are not as qualified as perhaps the 1 staff member we need, or in some instances 3. So we've certainly been advocating for that in instances. It is too early, I think, with a lot of those to say that we've ended up with IEPs that are less costly, because in a lot of those cases we're really triaging situations that aren't legal, right? We've about 10 of those had to go to due process hearings to come up with an outcome. But we're certainly looking, as I said, step downs, reassessing families that we've been involved with, hammering on progress reporting, which including a piece of legislation being advanced this session that would keep people better on their toes with progress reporting, which is already a requirement, but not happening in a lot of our cases. So accountability, which again, the hope would be that brings students from support with an IEP process down to supports with the multi-tiered system of supports that are general education availabilities over time.
All right, so we're running out of time here, so other questions? You have a
Just
question?
really quickly, do you ever get involved with families who think that they should have an IEP from the school and the school doesn't work with them to develop one?
We certainly have been involved in those from time to time. That's the eligibility determination. I would tell you, of the 40 that I mentioned that I did in the first year, there were only 1 or 2 of those. Generally, it was students and families who'd been involved in the IEP process for some time. In those instances, I would say to the question from Representative McGuire just prior, one of those instances, a year in, the family is ready to say that the services are no longer needed through the IEP, that their student caught up. It was a student who was failing. Student is now on the honor roll. It was a specific learning disability eligibility. They had been fighting it for 3 years to get any kinds of services, and they're going to be able to pull off from that. So yes, we do work on eligibility identification when it seems warranted, but we're also very conscious of saying when it's a limited specific learning disability, when can those supports drop back away to a more gen ed?
In general, for an IEP to be created, do the parents have to agree to it?
So there is a default provision in the statute. If the parents don't agree and the school does not believe they can meet the needs of the child without those IEP services, they can't provide it initially, right? So the very first time, a school can't force a student to become a special ed student. However, in subsequent years, if there are disagreements, the school suggests one thing, the parent disagrees or doesn't respond, there are ways that services either stay in place or can be added by default by the lack of parent response. It can't happen the very first time. So schools can't force students into special education.
All right. Representative Griffin.
Yeah, it looks, reviewing this, your caseload increase, it looks like you're doing like 150 cases a year. Is that accurate?
We're probably getting inquiries for closer to 300. which is, as Representative McGuire said, 1% of the students who have IEPs statewide. We cannot handle that many. So, I think between the two of us, we can each handle probably 30 to 40 in a year. And that's it. But yes, we're getting inquiries for closer to 300.
So
this point.
300 a year or 300 a biennium?
300 a year.
Thank you.
So it takes you more than a week's worth of work to deal with an IEP? One, I mean, yes?
Yes. I mean, most of it, we're pretty hands-on because these don't come to us until things have broken down, right? We don't get, as I said, this is 1% of the 30,000 plus. So when the IEP team, I mean, we're often in a room with, this many people, each with different disciplines. I don't think one meeting ever resolves the cases that we get. It tends to be multiple meetings moving the ball forward, trying to get to resolution. And that is faster and more efficient than dispute resolution and a court process. Like I said, we would anticipate that 10% of the 1% of cases that we get actually need to go to a dispute resolution process through DOE. That involves tons of time for everyone. It is sometimes beneficial. It gets kids out of hospitalization into appropriate programs, which, by the way, is actually less costly. Even though their programs may be very costly, it is less so than institutionalization and more appropriate. Yes, just getting through the documents for a couple of years to understand the case and why there's a dispute would take a significant time, never mind the team meetings. And then obviously cases that go further require more.
So why does your budget have no in-state travel in 2027? Is that right? Or is that marketing? No, that's travel. Yeah.
It should. We'd allocate it from somewhere different. Both Tim and I do travel quite a bit.
If you had more employees, would you scatter them around the state?
We'd probably try to do something that was more developed towards expertise in certain areas. Tim tends to handle more that is a court-ordered placement or episode of treatment pieces. He has a background as a JPPO, whereas I handle some that are really broken down educational environments. My background is more in education. But so we'd probably do it less geographically and more by subject matter.
All right. Well, our time is up, but I'm going to like to ask you back at some point. Maybe next week. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, we now have page 110, the next page. Very easy. All right, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Cassandra Sanchez. I'm the child advocate for the state of New Hampshire.
Attorney Lissa Mascio. I am the Associate Child Advocate and our Legislative and Policy Director.
So in our handout here, we have for you a bit about the mission of our office. And I'll just briefly summarize this here for you. So our office was established in 2018 as oversight over our child welfare agency, specifically child welfare and juvenile justice both, so DCYF. In 2020, we received expanded jurisdiction, and at that time, we expanded to jurisdiction over all child-serving executive branch agencies and any entity that contracts or certifies with them to provide direct treatment to children. The role of our office is to ensure that the best interests of New Hampshire's children are protected, and a lot of the focus of our work still is directly of the oversight over our child welfare and juvenile justice agency. We do have touch points as well with residential treatment, which is housed also a DHHS service, but housed under the Bureau of Children's Behavioral Health. But again, the majority of the daily work that we receive and do in the office is tied to the oversight over our child welfare agency. We are fully staffed in the office. We have 9 full-time positions. One is classified, which is my position. The remainder is unclassified. The remainder of the 8 positions are classified positions. On page 3 for you, I have a bit of data about the incidents and inquiries that our office reviews. Our annual reporting timeframe is from July 1st through June 30th, so we match the fiscal year cycle. Within that last fiscal year, we received 2,937 incident reports for review. Every single one of those reports are reviewed in its entirety, and some of them have more in-depth reviews. Those would be the critical incident reports, which there were 86 of them within that time frame. The 1,500 there are restraint and seclusion reports. We do review those in full, and we reach out if there is an issue on them. The critical incident reports we review, we do our own internal summary, and we track to follow next steps for safety of those children.
What does it mean to be a critical incident report?
Yes, that's a great question. A critical incident report includes a family that's involved with our Department for Children, Youth, and Families, and it is when there is an issue of serious harm to a child fatality, a parent fatality, as well as a serious incident that could be out in the media and identifies that the family is related to that system. And so we receive those reports directly from DCYF, indicating the incident that occurred and the action steps they are taking to protect either the child directly impacted or surviving siblings if it is a child fatality. Citizen complaints also come to our office. We had 349 that we managed in that last fiscal year. And of those 349, what that means is that we respond to every single one of them. Some of them then require further casework and follow-up by the ombudsman in our office. Others of those are referral to other services, but all of those do require man hours to respond to, and we do not leave any calls unanswered to our office. You will see on the next slide, it talks about comp time earned. So we changed to a new management system for payroll starting on November 1st. And at that time, the system, sorry, typo there, that is 2024. Within that time frame, so between November 1st and the last pay period, this is the amount of comp time earned by staff throughout our office. And this means this is time that they've worked beyond their regular work hours to get the work done, to ensure that everything is entered into the system, is processed, and is reviewed timely for the safety of children. So with the staffing we have now, this just shows how we are very limited capacity and are putting in extra hours to ensure that we get the work done.
So these numbers are hours or days?
It is comp time, so it is not direct hours. I can say for the assistant child advocates and the associate child advocate, those are direct hours. For the legal aid, there are certain hours that calculate at a higher rate of a 1.5 versus a single hour. So it's harder to get the breakdown of that information. So we just included it as comp time earned. We are working to do some internal work to really bring that down to hours to understand what that means. But for those, all the other positions other than the legal aid, they are direct hours. It's an hourly rate.
Okay. Is there overtime in your budget?
We did put in our prioritized need overtime. For this fiscal year, we had not had an overtime fund prior. So when we did switch over to the new system, the only option was to allow staff to collect comp time.
Gotcha. And there's one fewer employee.
So the one fewer in our budget, if you go back to the breakdown on page 2, we note there that our final position, which is an office coordinator position, has been unfunded in the budget. We had to unfund a position to be able to meet our minimum budget number given by the prior governor. And in this governor's budget, she included funding for all positions but this one position, which is our office coordinator. We had to select a position at the time to meet the numbers. So we selected a position that was vacant at that time. That position has been filled since and is critical to the functions of our office. It manages our purchasing and procurement, assists with the budget development, and so it is critical to the daily functions of the office. We have added that to our prioritized needs to seek that position being refunded for our office, and we did move it up higher in our prioritized needs because of that. So before we get to that, the following 2 charts that I have for you here show at a point in time as of February 18th, the amount of open inquiries with our office right now. Then these are the assignments per staff member, how many they each are carrying, including myself carrying a small caseload of 6 to be able to make sure we are meeting the need of our constituents. And then our critical incidents open as of that same date, there are 255 open. And what I can share is that's the reason that some of them linger longer, particularly if it's a child fatality. We are requesting information from an autopsy. We also review if there is any legal investigation, what has played out with that. So there are times where those will linger open longer, but we are still actively working on them throughout that time period.
So what action would you take in the case of a fatality? Wouldn't that be up to the police to deal with it?
The police do take action at time. We do review what they have done, but the Child Welfare Agency is responsible for any surviving siblings. So the immediate work that we are doing while we are waiting, whatever processes may be taking place, whether it be law enforcement or a court process, we are reviewing what the agency has done to ensure safety of the remaining siblings. And we are also conducting reviews about what the involvement was at the time of the fatality and whether there are recommendations for a child welfare agency to do things differently in the future to avoid these incidents from continuing to happen.
So let's suppose that situation occurred, that you think whatever DCYF did in this case is wrong. Do you have the authority to order them to do something different or not?
We do not have the authority to order them. We make recommendations to the agency. We meet with the agency internally, and we also report out publicly on findings that we have. If we are feeling that there is a serious safety concern that the agency is not responding to, that is when we would bring it to the public's attention to make sure it is very transparent and clear what missteps we identified and what recommendations we are making. And we also meet with the legislature as well around any potential legislative changes that could impact the safety of children.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So yes, our first prioritized need here is refunding our office coordinator position. The pay and benefits that are listed there are the pay and benefits before we had the current staff in their role, and it was somebody who had been in the position for quite some time, so they were on the highest end of pay and benefits. We have tried to work with our HR to get more accurate numbers, but they did not have them in time for this presentation. But we do believe that the pay and benefits for this position would actually be reduced with the newer employee in that position. We are also asking our prioritized needs for an additional assistant child advocate position because of the high caseload numbers and now leading to longer lag times of getting back to folks when they're calling in a concern to our office. We also noted that not only are the caseloads high, but the cases have become more intensive, which result in us meeting on them over longer periods of time, where when I first came into the office, we would typically have 1 or 2 meetings, conclude, and we would close the case and move on. Now we have cases that have been open for a year plus.
I see. So let me just tell you that, we have no extra money. We have less than what the governor thinks we have. And so the chance of adding is negligible. Let me ask you about something in the budget specifically. Page 110, class 17, full-time employee special payments. Do you know what that is?
I do not know what that is. Actually, that was not in the budget that we submitted. That came in the governor's budget, and I've not been able to get an answer about what that is.
Okay. Melissa or Jack? Yeah.
So that's time accrued. So once the person left, that's their time accrual that gets paid out.
But why is it both years? Wouldn't it just be 1 year?
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Okay, find out. All right, good. Now, other questions from committee members? No? No? Representative Griffin?
I'm looking at your handout here.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can find the spot again. Received, reviewed, and responded to and monitored 349 citizen complaints. What is the responded to? How do you respond to those complaints?
It differs depending on the complaint. They are individualized, on what our response may look like. But many a times we are directly reaching out to the child welfare agency about their work on the case and making either direct recommendations to ensure safety of the children on the case, or asking questions about what they are doing to ensure safety if it's not clearly identified within their system. We do have direct access into their electronic case management system, so we always start by reviewing that and what they have detailed there, and then we will reach out to them. We do then respond back to the constituent caller. Because a lot of this information is confidential, we cannot necessarily share the direct outcome, but we can share that we addressed it with the agency and we feel that they're now taking the appropriate steps to ensure safety.
What's the RSA that adds your office?
Our RSA is 21V.
I have a copy here if you'd like it, sir.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you. I'll look at that. Other questions? No?
If I may share one update, if you look at the final slide, we are looking at other ways in which we could reduce our budget. We have begun talking with DAS about the current space that we have and looking to leverage work from home schedules to reduce the amount of office space we have so that we are paying less to DAS for plant and property. We had a reorganization on our in our prioritized needs. We've now bumped that down to the bottom, recognizing that it's not that the budget is very tight and that's not realistic in this time frame. So we are trying to get creative and look at other opportunities to cost save for our agency, and we're planning some future meetings with folks from DAS to come over to our space to look at what it looks like now and how much the cost saving would be to reduce to half of the offices that we have currently.
Is Johnson Hall off Pleasant Street? Is that,
Yes.
yeah, near Labor and all those people? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Representative Evil.
I'm just looking at your statement under prioritized needs. It says other line items, operating expenses. I mean, what you say here is without additional funds, the office will not be able to pay for basic needs in order to fulfill our mandates related directly to children's safety and well-being. So you're really struggling to fulfill your mandate at this point with the level of funding that you have.
We are not with the 2025 budget. That is a very reasonable amount that we can work within. If you look at the following slides, it actually shows you the breakdown of the budget in this climate, and it shows that 93% of our budget in efficiency is paid to pay and benefits. And so that leaves us a 2% operating budget. That does not allow us enough money to get out to see children. We travel out of state to see children. We travel across the state to meet with them. It is part of our mandate to meet with them in person as needed. That would greatly reduce the ability to do that. We do visit YDC and Hampstead Hospital, both on a monthly basis. We would have to cut that down significantly, maybe to twice a year. So though it's because so much of our budget currently is pay and benefits that we would not have the operating budget like we have now. And we do have a chart on one of the following pages showing what it is in 2025 and then what the dip is for our operating budget in the next years.
Which page? There's a bunch of pie graphs.
It's after the two pie graph pages, the bar graph following that.
The green bars.
But I think what they're talking about is here on page 111. In fiscal year 25, there's $27,000 of travel, turning to 7 and then 5, right? So, yeah. All right. Nope. I don't see any more questions, so thank you very much
Thank you.
for coming. Okay. All right, so we are going to come back at 1:15, and this afternoon we have DRA. We can ask them those other questions. State and labor. Hopefully those are relatively easy ones, I think. Why don't we start with page 137? I like to get the big picture before we, and we have Commissioner Stepp here.
Correct. Good afternoon, Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner at the Department of Revenue Administration. With me is Shelley Gerlano, our Business Administrator. You have before you a presentation, which I just need to pull out of my binder. And so, just a reminder on page 2 of the presentation, what the mission of the department is. Our mission is to fairly and efficiently administer the tax laws of the state of New Hampshire, collecting the proper amount of taxes due, and incurring the least cost to taxpayers in a manner that merits the highest degree of public confidence in our integrity. Further, we provide prompt and constructive assistance to the municipal units of government in the matters of budget, finance, and the appraisal of real estate. Page 3 of our presentation is our current fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25 org chart. We have 153 authorized full-time positions. 118 of those are classified, 35 are unclassified. And then you can see the breakdown between our administration unit.
So the total is the same, but a few have moved around, is that right?
That's right. You'll have one position that moved from the Taxpayer Services Division and that moved from Taxpayer Services into collections in the fiscal year 26-27 budget. But yes, the total number.
How many of
remains the same.
these are unfunded or unfilled? Or
We will get there on the next page, page
Okay.
4. So as you said, Mr. Chair, this is kind of the big picture of the department. You have your
Okay.
fiscal year 2024 actual expense, your fiscal year 2025 adjusted authorized, and then 26 and 27 for the governor. The majority of our department is general funded. Education trust fund money is solely for the low and moderate income property tax relief program. And agency income is a combination of flood control, which we pay to the municipalities who were impacted by the damming of the Merrimack and Connecticut rivers, and then also the debt service on the bonds that were used to pay for our revenue information management system. So again, you can see that the position count remains the same from 24 all the way through 27. I would note our general fund is 70% salary and benefits. We are a department of people, not programs or things. You will see there is a difference between fiscal year 24 actual and fiscal year 25 adjusted authorized. That's due to a couple of things. First, at the end of fiscal year 24, we had a vacancy rate of 16.5%. So with 70% of our budget being salary and benefits and a vacancy rate of almost 17%, there was a pretty decent impact to our budget with unfilled positions. When you then look from 24, and you kind of skip 25 and you look to 26 and 27, you will see an increase there that is largely due to us needing to operationalize the costs of supporting our RIMS system. So as a reminder, RIMS was a $30,160,000 capital appropriation. That capital money is in the process of running out. The project has been in place for 7 years. And so we have known for 7 years that at this point we will need to start operationalizing those expenses and moving those expenses from the capital budget into our operating budget. I'll talk more about that when we get to those actual line items and explain in more detail what that means.
Thank you.
Current funded position count, as we mentioned, is 153. The efficiency request that we put forward would fund 135 positions. That was almost 12% reduction. The governor's budget funds 129 positions. So the governor's budget is a 15.7% reduction in our funded positions. All of those positions that are unfunded are currently vacant.
Okay.
Moving on to page 5, before just a couple
So
of.
there's a handful of vacant ones that are funded.
Correct, and we're going to talk about those in detail
Okay.
when we get to those accounting units. So before we go through each of the accounting units, as I just wanted to say that I will note, as the chair requested, any remaining vacant positions that are funded in the governor's budget. We'll go through those. I'm also going to highlight other non-salary and benefit changes between 24, 25, 26, and 27. I have included, as the chair requested, some areas for additional savings that are beyond salary and benefits. Spoiler alert, they're small, but we did scrub the budget and tried to find everything that we could. What you'll see on page 5, before we get into the individual accounting units, these are areas, current expense, equipment, training, and in-state and out-of-state travel. We made changes to all of these areas in all of the accounting units. So rather than talking about them repetitively, I just kind of wanted to preface up front. You will see a reduction in class 20 in current expense across many of the accounting units, and that is due to just having fewer employees and also reducing our postage because of the repeal of the interest and dividends tax. You will see across all of the accounting units a reduction in equipment. We upgraded our fleet of cars that we use for our municipal and property division, our audit division, and our collections division. We did that in 24 and 25. So our fleet is modern. They are hybrid vehicles, so we anticipate fewer repair costs and less money spent on gas. We also decreased training and travel. So these amounts were right-sized due to the reduction in the number of employees. So that's across all of the accounting units. And again, just to be efficient, I wanted to cover them up front. So if you want to go back to page 126, Mr. Chair, if you're ready,
Okay.
we can kind of start at the top. This is organized in order by accounting unit, and hopefully I hit on any of the significant changes. So first is the administration accounting unit. First class to note is class 22. You'll see an increase there. This is rental for our multifunction printers. We moved the payment from one printer that was being paid out of taxpayer services, and we moved it into administration. So it's a reduction in one AU and an increase in another. In class 26, this is just an anticipated year-over-year increase in membership dues for national organizations that we utilize as tax administrators and also cooperative audit programs.
Why don't we skip numbers less than 100,000 just to,
Sure.
unless we ask about them, but
Okay,
you know.
sure.
But
That's totally
I'm
fine.
more interested in class 27.
Sure, let's talk about class 27. So, as I mentioned, we need to operationalize the costs for RIMS. And as I said, this has been coming for a number of years. We knew that we would need to do this. It's understandably, I understand it's somewhat unfortunate given the budget picture that this would be the year that we would need to start absorbing these costs, but it is what it is in terms of timing.
So these are ongoing payments to the vendor for maintenance and service, or is it still paying off the equipment and
So,
software?
good question. So it is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. First, we currently have hardware, and we are currently paying hardware support. That is physical hardware that sits at 27 Hazen Drive, and that is at end of life. So we will be transitioning to the cloud, and the amounts to do that are included in here. We also have baseline vendor support, or I should say software support. This is your patches, your just ongoing support associated with running the software. Then we have additional support that we utilize in the form of time and materials. So the vendor has packaged support. They call it level 2 support or level 3 support. We decided not to opt into a set level of support because I wanted to be confident that we were getting what we were paying for. And you don't always get what you pay for when you pick a prepackaged software support. So we instead utilize a time and materials. So we only pay for the services that we receive. And so these are, it's an hourly rate for the individuals that provide the services. We have been in the process of decreasing the amount of people that we utilize. When the project was in full swing, there were 30 vendors on site every day. As I think I mentioned previously, they moved here with their families. They lived here in Concord and the surrounding towns. Once the project was over, we started decreasing. We went down to 8. We are currently at 6, and this budget has us at 4. So I have done what I can in order to reduce the number. I will also say that this vendor has been great to work with in terms of cross-training and knowledge transfer to our embedded DOIT staff. So we have our own staff working on the project as well. So we're not solely relying on vendor support. We're making sure that our people know how the software runs as well.
Can can local staff make feature changes, or is that only the time and materials kind of thing?
So what the time and materials cover, so the level run support, as I said, will cover the patches and, the usually twice a year for this vendor. And then what the time and materials will cover is they will assist us, we will do it cooperatively with any request to the functionality. So if we need things changed, that's done in consultation and working alongside with the vendor. When we need to do an upgrade, which we don't because we just upgraded, but in the future when we need to do an upgrade, that's when you really need to pull in the vendor to do much of that work.
Okay.
And then there's 2 other small things just to be thorough that are included in this amount. We do pay the vendor $50,000 a year for 24/7 monitoring. It's a tax system. We want people to be able to make payments when they want to make payments, even if it's on the middle of a night, on a Saturday night. So we pay the vendor to make sure our system is up at all times. And we also utilize the vendor for a data subscription to assist us with correcting wrong addresses. So we can make sure that we get the information out to the taxpayers.
Do you know that more than 50,000 in taxes comes in between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. or something like that? You know what I mean?
I should look at that. It probably would depend on the day of the month. I imagine right before the 15th, there's fair amount of things that happen. A lot of folks, I think the taxpayers that most appreciate making sure that they can make payments 24 hours a day are our meals and rentals operators. They're making a payment every month. Restaurant might not close till 10 p.m. and they're sitting there doing the books after that. So
Okay, very good.
so that is the largest increase.
Now, in 2024, are you saying there was still some capital budget money
Yes.
that went into that?
Correct.
thing?
So
Yeah.
there was still capital money in 24. There's a little bit of capital money in 25. It's really 26 and 27 where we're full operationalizing.
So we've been
the
spending
costs.
$6.5 million a year on these items for a long time.
Correct. Even more than that, because our time and materials, I was at 8 people and I was at 6 people. This
I
is
see.
4.
Gotcha.
So yeah, we've been spending even more than that.
All right, thank you.
Other changes within administration.
Line 43.
Line 43, debt service. So this is on the bottom bullet of page 6. So these are principal and interest payments on the bonds that were used to fund RIMS. So again, $30,160,000. $6 million of that principal and interest was paid by the general fund. The remaining $24,160,000 is paid for through revenue uplift from RIMS. So we at the department transfer up to $4 million a year of revenue uplift into a dedicated fund that's used to pay the principal and interest. So you will see in class 43 the debt service amounts. If you move down to 99 agency income, you'll see those amounts are offset 100%. So the agency income is the dedicated fund paying the debt service of class 43.
Oh, I see.
And those amounts are given to us by Treasury based on the bond schedule that they issued.
And the reason that this biennium's numbers are so much bigger than last is because some of these bonds have just been issued.
Correct. So they issue the bonds. My understanding is that they issue the bonds in the timely manner to make the payments.
Yes.
So yes, there are more bonds that are requiring principal and interest this biennium than last.
All right, thank you.
If you look at class 46, you will see nothing in fiscal year 24. You'll see almost $500,000 in 25 and then $1 in 26 and 27. This is the removal of one of the consultants that we were using for RIMS. So there was no cost in 24. We have some money budgeted in 25, but then it's essentially eliminated in 26 and 27 as we reduced the number that was necessary.
Gotcha.
Any other lines that you want to cover in the administration unit?
No, I think.
The only other one I guess worth noting is the transfers, class 89, the transfers to the DAS maintenance fund. That's something new in 26 and 27. Class 89.
Oh, so, okay, what's that?
So those are amounts given to us by DAS, I believe, because we are in a building that's owned by DAS and we're paying rent. This is the establishment of a maintenance fund.
Gotcha.
So that is something new.
Okay.
And then on page 7, just to cover the, there's 2 positions, well, one directly in the administration unit, and one that's a pass through from DOIT, but we have 2 positions that are funded in the governor's budget but are currently vacant. I'll skip to the business systems analyst. I believe Commissioner Goulet, when he spoke to you the other day, mentioned this position. I believe he is in support of unfunding that position. It is currently vacant, and we would echo that sentiment. We're fine to unfund that position. The paralegal, as I mentioned here on the slide, this is the only paralegal in our legal bureau. Our legal bureau is 2 attorneys. So as I like to say, they're kind of lean and mean for a revenue agency. The position became vacant in the fall. We did some initial recruitment, which was not successful. We have since pulled down the recruitment and would like to consider reposting that position in the spring when we get a waiver from the governor's office. It is a pretty critical position, and so I would request that that one remain funded if possible.
Okay.
Okay, just to be sure, thorough on page
So-
8. Oh, sorry.
So there's a business analyst 2 and a business analyst 3, or are those the same thing?
I'm sorry, that's probably a typo. It is a business systems analyst 2.
2, okay. So it's the second one in the box that you think can be
Correct.
unfunded.
And that is actually, like I said, in DOIT's budget, but it comes through to us in our
Thank you.
class 27.
Yes, thank you.
Page 8, just to be thorough, we included workers' comp and unemployment compensation. Not much to note there. On page 9 of the presentation and page 129 of the governor's budget is the
So-
Division of Taxpayer Services.
Where was workers' comp?
That would be on page 128.
Oh, there it is, yeah. So was just 25 just wrong, or is it?
25, we may not, is there sufficient money in that line? We do have we are paying workers' comp at this time, and that's probably insufficient to cover what we will need for the year. Which is why it went up for 26 and 27.
Yeah, because we've seen certain agencies, their workers' comp has ballooned, but yours, it seems about the same. So,
Fingers crossed. It's
yeah.
maybe tax is less dangerous than.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's you don't lay off as many or something. Anyway, all right. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Taxpayer services, page 129.
Yeah. Yep.
There are not really terribly significant changes here. I would just note class 103, which is the contracts for other services, you'll see it was actual in 24 was just under 50,000. The budget for 25 is 100,000, and then it drops to 85 and 65 essentially in 26 and 27. This is the line that we would utilize for temporary services that we may need during our busy seasons to make sure that we get our documents processed in a timely manner. Our staffing levels were fairly sufficient in 24. We wouldn't have needed much. So we did reduce it in 26 and 27, but with the unfunding of all of our vacant positions in taxpayer services, there may be a need for those sorts of services.
So this is the part that answers the phones, right? Is it?
So some of these folks will answer the phones. They also will do all of our processing. So they process all of the mail, all of the payments. They perform all of the account maintenance necessary. So these are the folks that kind of run the ship most of the day.
So there's a fair number of vacant positions in this area?
Correct. On the last bullet on page 9, the governor's budget unfunds 8 tax examiner 2s and 1 tax examiner 3. So we have 9 positions that are unfunded in the governor's budget. And that is all of the currently vacant positions.
And that's mostly due to IND going away that you can manage?
I'm hoping we can manage. That's why I did kind of want to highlight that class 103 where we may need temporary services. I'm hopeful that we don't. We will know better in May because we will be receiving interest and dividends tax returns this April. And so we will be doing that with a reduced staff. But to your point, I'm more confident going forward with the elimination of that tax that we don't need as many positions as we've had in the past.
How many returns did it generate?
Interest and dividends tax would be somewhere between 70 and 85,000 returns, more in the last year because interest rates were higher. We had a lot of first-time filers. But if you look back a few years ago, it was probably closer to 70,000.
And the bulk of those will be online, all automatic, is that right, or no?
This is actually our cohort that really prefers the paper forms. We get the largest number of paper forms from this group. A lot of people will prepare them themselves. It's more of our business tax filers that utilize the online filing.
And how many of those are there?
That's probably closer to 75 to 80,000 filers.
Okay,
so it's almost the same
similar
number,
Uh-huh.
in some years.
And some of them are meals and rooms also, and some aren't, is that the way?
Correct. So some business tax filers will also have a monthly meals and rooms obligation. Those are primarily filed online because there is a requirement in statute that if the amount that you're due to pay is over a certain amount and you want to retain your commission, you have to file electronically.
And business taxes are quarterly?
Quarterly estimates and then a return or extension in March or April. And then if you make an extension payment, then you have a 7-month extension to file your full return into the fall.
Meals and rooms monthly?
Monthly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why you need more people in this department for per return, right?
Correct.
Because you're getting more volume.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe those are the highlights of taxpayer services, unless there's
Sure.
anything else that you want to cover.
Any questions? I'm not seeing hands, so we'll
Okay.
keep going.
Audit division starts at the bottom of page 130. There's the most significant thing to talk about here outside of positions is the in-state and out-of-state travel lines, mostly the out-of-state travel line. You will see we spent just under 100,000 or just under 90,000, excuse me, in fiscal year 24, but our adjusted authorized for 25 is 300,000. That was because we have a number of vacant positions. We were hoping that we were going to fill some of those positions. And when we do fill those positions, auditors travel in pairs as that new employee is trained and brought up to speed. So without new employees, we didn't need to spend as much. That's been reduced from the 312 down to 100,000 in 26 and 27.
Is the lack of these auditors costing us revenue?
Potentially. I mean, each auditor does bring in money. I'm confident, though, that in the auditors that we do have and in the management of that division, that they're managing to make sure that we have as much compliance as possible. The House and both the Senate in prior years have added positions, and just we have not been able to recruit for them successfully.
Oh, so the ones, I think added 3
Of
last
the
time?
multi-state auditors, yes, our highest level auditors.
And so those were never filled? I see. Wow.
That might change with the layoffs at the IRS last week. Maybe there's some federal employees that I could
Okay.
to hire at this
So
point.
if such a person became available, then you could ask the governor to unfreeze that position.
Potentially. And so right now, the governor's budget does unfund 9 positions, which are 2 tax field auditor ones. Those are more of our in-state auditors. 2 multi-entity tax auditors. Those are more of your like New England regional business type auditors. And 5 of those multi-state tax auditors. There are 4 additional vacant positions that remain funded. 2 tax field auditor ones, a tax auditor one that just became vacant last week, and I did include that. And then there is 1 multi-state tax auditor that is still filled. So if, to your point, if that position remained funded, then yes, I could proceed to ask the governor for a waiver and fund that position.
So I thought we decided that these unfunded ones were in the taxpayer services,
Oh, we have
not
them-
the auditors.
We
right?
have them all across the board.
Oh, okay. I see.
They're in every division except collections because it's fully staffed.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
And
no, we have unfunded auditors currently in the governor's budget.
So let's go back. The total number unfunded was 25 or something?
I think it's 24 in the governor's budget.
I see, 24, yes,
In
yes.
total,
I got
yeah.
you. So they're scattered all around.
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you.
18 in our efficiency, and then the governor added 6 more for 24.
Right. Okay.
This is mentioned at the end, but I will note and we talked about this when I was here previously, there's a provision that you're probably aware of in the governor's trailer bill that would allow us to potentially fill unfunded positions so long as we stayed within our budgeted amount. And so, Mr. Chair, to your point, we would look to these multi-state tax auditors because these are the ones that do bring in the most money. So those would be a priority to fill if we were able to. Even if they're unfunded, if I can make the math work,
Sure.
that would be an area that I'd be looking to.
So basically, these out-of-state companies, they're just getting audited instead of every 2 years, it's every 3 years or
Might be a
something
little
like
bit
that.
longer.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Correct. I mentioned previously too that we pay some organizational dues to some national organizations, and part of those is for some cooperative auditing. And so that is a way too that one of those organizations is called the Multi-State Tax Commission, and they will go and audit very large companies for a number of states at the same time. So we don't need to send our own auditors. They kind of audit on our behalf, send us the results, and we wrap it up with the taxpayer. So there are ways that we're still ensuring compliance even if we don't have all of these positions filled.
When we do an audit, do we share it with those people and we get some kind of credit?
I wish. I wish. We will do some regional sharing. We have agreements with Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, so that we can kind of share if we're seeing things on audit and it might be something that another state would be interested in, and they'll share that same information with us.
All right, right.
One bit of, I think, housekeeping, hopefully on page 11, there is an error in the governor's budget where a position is listed as vacant and it's currently filled, and the position that's vacant is listed as filled. So we have them the wrong way around. We've spoken with the LBA about this. I believe what we just need is this committee to approve making this edit, and then it will get corrected going forward.
So Jackal, make an amendment for us, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Thank you.
On page 12, this is the collection division, and this is on page 131. Starts on page 131 of the governor's budget. Relatively small division. This is where you will see there is an increase in the head count from 24 and 25 to 26 and 27. We did move a position from the taxpayer services division in here. There's not a whole lot to talk about in this division, but we did identify a couple of areas where we felt like we could make a small reduction. The first is to the current expense line, class 20. We would be comfortable with a $3,000 reduction in 26 and a $2,000 reduction in 27. Again, it's small, but I wanted to make sure that
Make them both 6,000.
that would bring them both down to 6. I believe that's correct.
Okay, so Jack,
Yep.
make a note of that. What is land acquisitions?
Okay, so that is where we pay for our filing fees for our liens. So when we are kind of at the tail end of collection activities, we will lien property. It's very effective. It tends to get taxpayers' attention quite quickly. In all honesty, and I think we've talked about this previously, we are typically very willing to release those liens and work with the taxpayer to make sure that they can enter into a payment plan and resolve their debt without actually garnishing their property. So this is another place where we could reduce 10,000, a reduction of 10,000 in each year. So it would go from 48,000 in each year to 38,000.
Okay.
This division has no vacant positions currently. It was fully staffed all along, so there's no reductions in positions to this accounting unit.
All right, thank you.
Next, on page 13 of the presentation and page 133 of the governor's budget is the municipal and property division. I wanted to talk about class 38. You will see the fiscal year 24 actual is 252,000. That goes up to 384 in 25, then to 350 and 300 in 26 and 27. I just wanted to note that that 252 really would be 325 roughly. There was $75,000 in bills from the vendor, which we paid in fiscal year 25. That was for work that was done in 24. That was due to issues in billing on the vendor's part. And in all honesty, I withheld payment until I was confident that the bills were correct. So that's why there was the delay.
So it's more flat than.
So
it
it's
looks.
essentially more flat, and that 350 and 300 reflects the contract amendment that we're currently in. But it looked like we were increasing, and we're really not.
I understand.
Class,
Flood control,
sure, sorry.
flood control.
Flood control. Okay. How much do you want to talk about flood control? So this has been a topic, as you'll remember, over the years. 26 and 27 assumes that Massachusetts will reimburse their share of the 70% of the Merrimack and 50% of the Connecticut. And Connecticut will reimburse their 40% share of the Connecticut compact. As you know, there's been a history of lack of payment. So we received just under $3.5 million as a settlement for fiscal years 15 to 21. We received just under $1 million for fiscal year 22 and 23. We are owed just under $1 million for 24 and 25, but have not received payment yet. However, I understand that these commissions are actively talking. There is work being done. It's not kind of the radio silence that we saw in the past, but there are outstanding amounts that are due.
Do we ever take them to court? Or?
That's how we've gotten those settlements. Yep,
I see.
yep.
But maybe it costs that much to go to court, right?
Right.
Or do we have people on staff?
The Attorney General's office usually helps us negotiate that in the past, so that, and the attorney at the Attorney General's office who handled that has been monitoring the progress.
Yeah.
So
So it's completely unknown, I guess, is the idea.
Correct.
Right, yeah, okay. All right.
Land taxes lost. Okay, so this is not one that we talk about often, but I will just mention it briefly because I think this is an area where we could have just a small reduction. So this is essentially reimbursing towns for money that offer state and federal forests where they don't receive tax revenue because it is owned by either the state or the federal government. These amounts do fluctuate year to year, so you'll see the 24 expense was just about $70,000, but our adjusted authorized in 25 is 98,000, and then it goes to 95 for 26 and 27. It's been as high as 90,000 in the past 5 years. With the increases that many municipalities are seeing in their tax rates, I suspect that that 70,000 is going to be more in the coming years, but we could drop that 95,000 down to 90 in each year if the committee wanted. There's $5,000 in each year there that we could reduce.
Do you know what the RSA is for this?
Ooh, not off the top of my head, but we can.
Maybe Jack can find out. Yeah. Because do we do this for other things like the State House complex, for example?
It's just, I think state and federal forests it has always been my understanding of it. And I don't know if that was part of the negotiation when the White Mountain National Forest, for instance, came to be. I'm not sure. Typically for like a municipality, like for the State House complex or, any college or university or other nonprofit, they'll enter into a payment in lieu of taxes with the town at the municipal level. But I guess since this is, larger amounts of state and federal land, it comes from the state to help reimburse those municipalities.
Okay.
Page 135 and 136, we have the current use board and the assessing standards board. These are boards administratively attached to us, and all that you're seeing there is some per diem rates and travel reimbursement. The amounts are pretty flat. On page 137, you have the low and moderate income tax relief program. This is funded out of the Education Trust Fund. We're just over 1.1 million in 24, and then we're flat from 25 to 27 at 1.5 million. The amounts of that property owners can receive and the income limitations were adjusted in 2021, and so we saw some increased amount of payments there.
Let's find out the RSA for this one also. Jack.
That I probably have. Oh, you do? No, that was chapter law. 98.
There's so many of these kind of things, There's optional ones and given one, all kinds of.
This was for SWIFT,
For swept, I see.
right?
It reimburses them for the amount of SWEP that they paid.
Yeah, that they don't pay. Nobody pays swept, right? So,
I don't have that off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
we can get you that if Jack can't.
right. That
Right.
stays local, 100%. Right. It's 100% fake. Okay. We'll talk about that some other time. All right.
And then just on the, I think that's should be the end of our budget. And just on the last page of the presentation, page 17, I did highlight 2 sections from the governor's trailer bill. The one that I mentioned was the ability to fill unfunded positions if the total expenditures do not exceed the appropriation for personnel and benefits. That was something I had talked about this committee with when I was here previously. And I think given that at least with the governor's budget, where our total head count was gonna go down to 129, Our head count has hovered around 150 since 2012. We have not grown significantly. So I'm confident that we can do it. We have a lot of dedicated employees, but certainly flexibility to make sure that, we could fill positions if we had the money, would be appreciated.
And you have a brand new computer.
Yes, true. No, and it is true, and we've certainly gained efficiencies from that system as well. And I think the current headcount will test that we can make it all happen. And then just the only other section, there's a change to the distribution of funds in the governor's budget. Essentially, the split of funds between the general fund and the education trust fund for the 2 business taxes, the tobacco tax and the real estate transfer tax. And that's no problem for us to administer because of our,
That's certainly going to be moving around, so
Okay.
there's no question about that.
our computer system allows us to make that change relatively easily. So no concerns if that amount continues to move.
What about the excess swept? There's a bill to actually collect that, right?
Right there, that I believe there's a fiscal note attached to that requesting some funding if that excess swept were to be collected by the department and then distributed back out. I don't think I think the amount might have been around $100,000, but don't quote me because I don't have it in front of me. But our system would be able to do that with the programming. The towns would log in and they would log in just like any other taxpayer, and it would put them through a process to do that fairly easily. I think once it's developed, it would be easy to maintain.
Oh, so you could debit their bank account or whatever.
That would be nice. If they let us, if they give us the information, we'll take the money.
I see. Okay. Now, there's kind of 2 ways to do that. One bill I've seen says have them send in the excess for the handful of towns that have one. Other bills I've seen says every town send the whole thing, and then we will, send our part. And there's some advantages to that as having to do with timing, because the time they collect is not necessarily the time that we pay our adequate ed, right? So,
Correct.
Would that be a lot more work, or
I think
from your point of view, is one of those better than the other? Or?
so. I misheard when you spoke previously. I think the $100,000 is to do it for everybody.
I see.
The excess swept, I think we could probably effectuate that because that's a handful of towns.
I think could still be 30 or
30.
something. Yeah.
So the price tag on that is probably a little bit less. The thing where in a perfect world, every property owner would pay their bill in the time that they're supposed to pay it. And so one payment could be made to the state. Unfortunately, that's not reality. And so it would likely mean towns might have to make multiple payments, right? Because they're not going to, or they would have to front the money for the difference. So I think the system would need to be flexible that we might need to be able to receive multiple payments.
Yeah, but every
town.
town has very large, balance accounts, right?
So long as their
they
tax
can
rates
smooth
have-
this
yes.
sort of thing out. Yeah,
Sure.
Representative Wyland.
There's a lot of towns that only collect twice a year, some 4 times a year, so
Right.
that would
Might be fine.
complicate that as well.
Right. Right. And if their tax rate is set in the fall before those December bills, that's fine. But every year there are towns who, for a variety of reasons, don't have a tax rate until we set our last tax rate last week. So that municipality has not been collecting any money from or the money that they would have collected, say, in January. The bills hadn't even gone out. So we do have towns that run into a bit of a cash flow problem and need to explore options like a tax anticipation note or other financing to make sure that they can keep the lights on and the doors open and pay their bills.
So is the swept rate like 1.25% or something? Well, I mean, $1.25 per thousand, something like that?
Something close to that. I don't have
Okay.
I can picture the warrant, but I can't see the amount in my mind.
And when was 363 million set?
I believe that was in the original in the original bill, it was, or the original enabling legislation, it was dropped to 263 two budgets ago for 1 year, correct? And now back
So
at
we're talking about 20
363.
years or more? Or is it? Yeah,
Probably close to that.
I gotcha. All right, thank you. All right. There might be a little inflation since then. Yeah. All right, Representative Evil and then Representative Leash.
Thank you. Just back on the low and moderate income thing, I wonder, because towns have the ability to abate property taxes based on low income considerations, I wonder if this is just a parallel authorization for the state, because SWEPT is a state property tax. And so you want to be able to give the lower income folks that option.
Yes and no. It's not a full abatement. It'll be a reimbursement. So it may not cover the full amount. And they do need to pay it. So if they can't pay it up front, they're not going to be eligible for this, where an abatement would allow them to just not make a payment. So this is more like a reimbursement, but it may not be for the full amount depending on the property owner in
It's
the
kind of
town.
a parallel.
A similar idea. It's a
Because
way to support those low and moderate incomes, those with low and moderate income.
I've had constituents that have had this situation, and with property taxes escalating the way they are, they really do depend on this. And I think you guys have simplified the process in a way.
We've
So
tried,
they're
they,
really thankful for the funding.
good. We try to make it as simple as possible. They can use a paper form, they can use our online forms, they can come into the office and we can help them with it. We also will now this year have the ability for them to check the status of their claim. And so we work with AARP and other organizations like that to make sure that folks are aware of this and can get it filed if they need to.
Do you know the count of the number of people and what does it cost your agency? Is there full-time employees involved?
This is handled by our taxpayer services division. It's a pretty short season. The claims cannot be filed before May 1st. And so right when we come off the tails of April 15th, the same employees can move right into doing this. There were 5,811 claims last year, and that makes up that 1.1 million.
And any given claim isn't that huge, right? They're rather small, and the income levels are quite low.
Right. It, as you mentioned, it's a pretty simple form. We make sure that it is filled out properly and the documents are attached. The filing period is May 1st to June 30. However, we can accept them as late as November 1st, so long as there's some reason why there was a delay in the filing. And so we're pretty generous with that. Sometimes they haven't filed their federal income tax return, which needs to be included. There might be other reasons, but it's pretty short season, and then it will trail into the fall a little bit.
So it's averaging like $240 each.
That's
is what
roughly,
it's
yes.
something.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. In
All
my
right.
mind, it's 250.
Representative Leash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as always, Commissioner, got a very good breakdown, and we're lucky to have you. I do have
Thank you.
one question dealing with the numbers as far as the number of people that you're unfunding. You're not eliminating any of those positions, just unfunding?
Nope, they're just unfunded. They're not abolished. And again, that provision in the governor's trailer bill would allow us to potentially fill some of those unfunded positions if we can make it work in terms of the numbers. So if there's the availability in the budget and we can make the numbers work, we will. Obviously, over the course of a biennium, we will have retirements, we will have people that leave, and I fully intend to evaluate every one of those vacancies and determine, do I need to fill that exact position, or should I look to one of the auditors that would generate money, or do we need support in another area? Because as the chair mentioned, we're in a time of change with the interest and dividends tax going away and the revenue information management system with RIMS being fully operational. We are on the current version. We're kind of cruising where it's paying off. And so that ability to reflect on each vacancy as it happens and make an educated decision about what we should do with that money. That flexibility is tremendously helpful.
So a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So now I have a question where you get paid the big bucks for.
Uh-oh.
Revenue projections. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, you just mentioned interest and dividends, which is like 184 million
Mm-hmm.
from the last full collection year. Business taxes are down about 110 million so
Mm-hmm.
far. Tobacco's down about 20 million. How confident are you in the figures that we've been provided by the governor as far as these revenue numbers? Because the trend, especially business taxes, is continually going down.
Going down, sure. So the governor's revenue estimates are in the range of numbers that I'm comfortable with. They are at the higher end of the range. But for business taxes, for instance, the numbers I believe assume somewhere between a 5 to 8% year over year growth. Business taxes can fluctuate quite a bit, and that is difficult being our largest revenue source. But when you take out anomalies of significant increases or significant decreases, 5 to 8% year over year is a common, non-anomalous change in business taxes. The reason why I believe they're going down at the moment is because we are coming off of a period of time for businesses where there were tremendous growth in corporate profits. There was a tremendous amount of money in the economy from COVID relief. And like I said, business profits were just growing. Many businesses, especially if they're publicly traded, don't ever want to be caught short with the amount of money that they've paid in taxes. They don't want to report to their shareholders that they had an unknown large year-end tax bill. So what we've seen, I believe, is a lot of businesses paying to the states and the federal government a lot of money in estimated payments because they didn't want to be caught short. And estimates are our largest source of revenue. Now, as the economy is kind of stabilizing, we're not in this period of tremendous growth. We're not in a downturn, but we're not in this period of tremendous growth. Taxpayers are taking a step back and saying, okay, I've overpaid my estimates now 2 or 3 years in a row. I'm going to right size those estimated payments. So that's what I think we're seeing. We're still seeing the underlying liability of the businesses grow from year to year. They're just right sizing their estimated payments. And so that's why we're seeing the reduction in revenue. We saw this also with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act back in 2017. Many businesses knew that they were going to face an increased tax bill at the federal level, and they weren't sure what was going to happen at the state level. So they paid us excess amounts in estimates and then right-sized it the next year. So we're in a right-sizing mode, if that makes sense.
But I've seen a lot of the increase in your refunds, which seem to be accelerating.
So the increase in refunds, a large portion of that is due to the credit carryover cap that the legislature and the governor put in place. So businesses can no longer carry forward from one year to the next more than 500% of their liability. So if your liability in 24 is $100, you can't have a credit carryover in excess of 500. So we've been forced to refund money back to taxpayers, which has caused the increase in refunds.
So just one final comment. I miss Representative Major, because Mr. The Honorable Representative Major was probably would come in at 2% versus 5 to 8%.
And I think of him often with the credit carryovers. That was a significant concern of his because the credit carryover amount seemed to be kind of ballooning year over year, and he felt like that was a significant liability to the state and that we needed to do something about it.
So you haven't talked to him in consultation?
I have not.
All right, Representative Griffin.
I'm glad Representative Leachman asked the last question because that was my question, but I'd like to know how many millions of dollars approximately did we return in overpayments and due to the legislation that we passed?
I will get you that number. I have it on a piece of paper. I believe, I don't want to misspeak. So I will get you that information. I have it broken out because taxpayers do a number of things. Some request a refund and they're not at the cap amount, but they've just chosen to take the money back rather than leaving it on account. Some taxpayers request a refund only to that 500% cap, and some go beyond the 500 but not the full amount. So I have a breakdown for you, and I'm happy to provide that to Jack to share with the committee.
It seems bizarre to me that someone would want to leave that much money with the state. I mean,
I'll be honest with you, it surprises me too. When you look at some of these very large multinational corporations and you look at their apportionment to New Hampshire, so what portion of their pie is going to come to New Hampshire, sometimes it's less than 1%, but it's millions of dollars for us. And so I just think when they've got the federal government, large states like New York and California, I think to some extent, maybe they're not always paying attention and they might not realize
to be out
it.
of sight, out of mind.
Out of mind.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Representative Buell.
So you pretty much answered this question about the decrease in the right sizing issue. But you remember, we switched for business taxes purposes from taxing on personnel and property to single sales
Correct.
factor. And I wondered if it's within your ability to quantify the effect of that.
Yep, we have that as well, and I'm happy to send that. That can fluctuate from time to time, but I can send you what the impact of single sales factor versus the three-weighted double sales factor meant. We produce that report at the end of every month, so I'm happy to share that.
Can you give a little preview? Has it helped or
It has
hurt?
helped.
Or it has helped?
It has
Great.
helped. And that, theoretically makes sense given this time of economic growth. Focusing solely, the apportionment solely on sales when the economy is doing really well, it would make sense that it has been beneficial. So that kind of tracks with the
So it's
theory.
so unlike the other method, it's pretty economy related.
Right,
So
it is
if we were
gonna-
in a recession, it could push it down.
Right. I would say sales, when you're talking about payroll, property, and sales, sales is the most volatile of those factors, right? Your sales can change very quickly just based on the wind out in the economy, right? Consumers, if you're in retail, consumers can get skittish very quickly. Payroll, businesses are more in charge of that. Presumably they take any layoffs or significant decreases or changes to their payroll. That is something that doesn't always happen overnight. It tends to be a longer process. And same with property. Buying or selling a property, changing the amount of property that a business owns is again something that is not going to change like the wind. So the payroll and property factors tend to be a bit more stable. But at least at this point, single sales factor has been revenue positive for us.
The governor's budget includes money from slot machines. Does that affect you at all, or is that all lottery?
That's all lottery.
Okay. And I have a feeling I asked this question 2 years ago, but I'll ask it again anyway. Which tax is the most expensive to collect in terms of cost for income?
You don't remember my answer?
I don't. The interest and dividends tax?
The interest and dividends
Well,
tax.
that's gone. So
Yeah.
what's the next one?
Oh, there aren't that many left. The reason for the interest and dividends tax is you asked a great question about the number of taxpayers and how the number of taxpayers is very similar to the number of business taxpayers. Business taxes bring over, $1 billion a year. Interest and dividends, while meaningful at 184 million, is much less than that. With interest and dividends tax, we receive a lot of returns for $100, $200. As I mentioned, especially in the past year, where a lot of folks were caught not realizing that they had a filing obligation, but interest rates were high and they earned some interest income that put them over the threshold that they hadn't seen that level of interest income in years. So
Okay.
after interest and dividends, it would be hard because The tobacco tax, while it impacts everyone that consumes tobacco or nicotine products, it's collected at the wholesale level. And so our universe that we're dealing with there is smaller. The real estate transfer tax is collected by the counties. The meals and rentals tax is collected by the operators. That's probably in the next largest volume in terms of returns,
'Cause it's
excluding
monthly.
because it's monthly. But again, it's largely automated through the system.
Probably statewide would be toll booths, I would guess. Yeah, but that's not involving you. so-
Right.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Commissioner Staff. We're keeping the Secretary of State waiting, so. All right. This is an excellent presentation.
Thank you. Thank
It really
you.
was good.
It's just Charlie Arlington's department, right?
Yes. Yeah, yeah. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, he came. They came and he spoke.
But that was just the preliminary.
Right.
We haven't had the full.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I marked preliminary with a dot.
I understand.
DRA?
No, he's talking with him. All right. So, welcome Secretary Scanlon. And we are going to be. Yeah. All right. So now we are going to be on page 112 through 126. Maybe we'll start on 126 and.
Yeah, 113.
Yeah. Oh, this is an error, by the way, Jack. In the index, it says 113, but it's actually 112. So I checked it last night because I say, why are we starting in the middle? Anyways, so this budget, yeah. So there's 4 more employees and a significant increase in general funds and a significant decrease in other funds. So it looks interesting. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Before I get started, Representative Weiler held up the pocket constitution that you know, this committee had a lot to do with. I actually have one of my staff members coming across the street with copies for each of you, but we waited until after the constitutional question was disposed of on the last ballot, and then we were able to print them. So we have a generous supply. If you have any that you want to give to your constituents, or if your constituents want to come and pick them up, they are now available. And I think they came out great. So the budget that is before you is the one that's proposed by the governor. We made the suggested cuts that she proposed, and there are 4 positions that are requested in the budget. 3 of those are replacing existing temporary positions that are currently filled at the present time. So those positions will actually increase the general fund component there, but under the temporary, I think they drop off. And then I have an assistant secretary position that is currently filled with an individual that is working on voter outreach and civics education. The proposal is to make that position a classified position. And that is a summary of the 4 positions that are in the budget.
Oh, but it's currently an unclassified position?
Yes.
So shouldn't that go from 16 to 15? Or the unclassifieds?
I don't think we're eliminating the unclassified position. So we're creating.
Oh,
a
for this
classified-
particular project?
Yes.
But you'll still have an assistant
Yes.
secretary?
Yeah.
Okay. I get it.
I think that you received a copy of the vacant positions that we currently have.
I don't remember.
None of those are funded, however, with general funds. You know, I think that, you know, maybe for the benefit of the newer members on the committee, the Secretary of State's
I remember.
office raises a lot of revenue. in our securities division, all of the fees that are paid by broker-dealer registrations are, go directly to the general fund, and that amounts to about $44 million. Securities operates on the fine money that they collect. They're able to carry over, I think it's 750,000 from one biennium to the next just to meet payroll. But then once the fines are collected, they continue, and any additional funds there lapse to the general fund. Same thing with corporations division. That all corporation registrations and other types of registrations other than LLCs go directly to the general fund. Corporations runs off of the LLC revenue that is collected, and then at the end of each year, we lapse, I think it's at least $5 million back to the general fund.
You said there's 44 million of securities fines per year?
Not fines. There's $44 million of securities revenue,
Okay.
which is registrations for broker dealers, financial instruments that are being offered in New Hampshire have to pay a registration fee. All of that money goes directly to the general fund.
And some are fines?
No,
No, okay.
the fine money that is collected through enforcement actions is retained by the Secretary of State's office to pay the expenses of operating securities. And then any money that is left over,
Oh, so there's a dedicated fund for that, and if it's
Yes.
greater than X,
Yeah.
it lapses. I understand. Okay.
yeah.
Now, when were the fees involved in those two things, the securities and corporate registrations? When were those set?
When were they created?
When were they last changed? When were they
It has been a long time. Do you know?
I don't know when they were raised last. You mean the filing fees themselves?
Yeah, the registration fees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, X dollars per LLC.
yeah.
or
We have
whatever.
not raised any fees for many years,
It's been over 10 anyway.
at least, yeah.
Could you find out in detail? Yeah. Whatever the history is of these
Yep.
fees, right? And I assume they're set in statute. Right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They're in statute,
Yes.
these fees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Do you want to start? Should we go back to the beginning and?
Yep, wherever you want to go, we're happy to
Okay.
answer
let's,
questions.
Let's start on page 112. Okay. All right. So so here we got so this is all general fund, but you said nobody's vacant here. Right?
The positions on page 12 are that's the administrative office, basically.
Yeah.
It's my salary, the deputy salary, the senior deputy salary, and then some of the key office staff are also unclassified. Those are positions that you would expect would change when there's a turnover in Secretary of State administration.
Were some of these unfilled for part of the year in 2024 or something like that?
I am not aware of any that were unfilled.
I'm just asking because like line 12, for example, is going up by $100,000 compared to 2024. So I don't think you're getting that kind of a raise, right? So
That would be nice.
The senior deputy didn't work probably as many hours
Yeah.
in that year.
Yeah.
And then they're paid by the days they work.
Yeah. Of course, I'm working full-time and Aaron
Yes.
Hennessy is working full-time. Patty Lovejoy was in a position called the senior deputy position, which is a statutory position that is authorized to work up to 90 days a year. I don't think she came close to the 90 days. So there would have been some
But it's budgeted for 90 days going forward.
Right, it's budgeted for the full amount, even. though it's-
250,000 for 90 days? That can't be right.
No,
I want
we'll dig deeper into that. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure there's an explanation for
Yeah,
it.
because if some of those could be reduced a little, that would help. Okay. And similarly, I guess benefits is also going up by 100,000. So it feels like there's more full-time work, I guess, for some reason. Okay. Or is that, yeah, okay. All right, let's go on. Anybody else, other questions on this page? Let's go to page 115. So who is this new position?
That's the civics position.
Right, on class 10, on page 115 would be the position changing the assistant
Oh,
doing civics to the classified position.
what do you mean by civics?
Voter education, voter and civics education outreach.
Can you tell me more about that?
We've spent a lot of time over the years in the elections meeting the mandates of the Help America Vote Act, which includes also training election officials. But what we have seen over the last probably 10 years is a decline in the confidence that voters have in election. A lot of it is their understanding of the process. And we really have not focused at all on communicating with the voters in the state. And I believe it is a critical component of the health of our election system to have programs where we do just that, especially in light of a lot of the election law changes that have taken place more recently. So that's the need for that position.
So how would the person accomplish that?
So what we're doing is we are reaching out to a wide range of voter constituencies. Some of them are students, veterans groups, minority groups, senior groups, disabilities groups, and trying to speak to them as groups. And we're doing a couple of things, educating them on voting processes, which is very important. But also as part of that, we're trying to encourage them to become actually engaged in the process and think about volunteering as poll workers and helping run the elections locally, because I mean, we're struggling to get people to do those jobs. And so we're just trying to invigorate that whole process.
I see. So getting people to sign up for those positions, to run for those positions, those 6-year, what are they called? Ballot supervisors of the checklist.
Yeah. So, but we're not trying to get people to run for offices. I mean,
okay.
hopefully that, maybe by talking to them, they might become motivated to do that. But we are asking people to volunteer, just, help work as a ballot clerk, or, there are many jobs to do in a polling place on election day.
Right. Okay. Okay, good. So, page 15, outreach. All right, let's go to page 119. Okay, corporate administration. So, there's a lot of big changes on this page. Current expenses, you actually spent 800,000 and now it's going down to 275. What is that? Is that printing ballots or something? Is that...
No. So the corporations division is probably the largest division that we have in terms of employees and workload.
Oh, yes, you're getting 2 more employees here.
I'm sorry?
There are 2 more employees being added.
Those are converted ones
Okay,
from
yeah.
temporary.
Those two, those are the conversions that I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We have been working on a major overhaul of the software system and database in corporations. If you recall, 4 years ago, we were having real serious problems with people being able to use the system. We had a vendor who was incompetent. They were not responsive to the issues and the concerns that we had. So we had to bring somebody in, stabilize the system, and now we're well on our way to having a system that is operating without issues. And so, the complaints that you may have been getting as legislators 4 years ago simply are not happening now. The most of the transactions of people registering their business, its annual return season right now, are being done online. And so that we have very little foot traffic now that's coming into the office. And yeah.
So with less foot traffic, shouldn't there be fewer employees? You're adding 2.
We're converting the positions. We're not adding. There are people
Oh.
that are already there.
Or they're they were temps, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
We're-
the nature of the jobs are changing from what used to be paper clerks, just people filing papers and applications, to people that need to be able to offer help with the computer system. If somebody has a question about online, how to take care of something. So that was part of a conversion that we did a few years ago. We came and asked the committee if we could upgrade some of the positions. And as part of that, we did eliminate some positions in corporations as well. Am I missing anything?
No.
Okay, and you finished buying your software and your hardware, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, but that is an ongoing, there will be ongoing expenses because any database needs to be
Sure.
maintained. And so, we have contracts with vendors for that purpose.
But the bulk of it is gone away. Okay. What is grants non-federal?
That's the UCC money.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and explain it. Yeah.
Uniform Commercial Code, which are liens that are filed. Historically, they had to file with the town and with the state. Quite a few, probably at least 10 years ago now, they changed the law, and now they only file with the state, but we give back to the towns their portion of the fee. So once at the end of the year, when all the filings have been tabulated, the towns are given this money back for their portion of the filings. And that's that line. That's where we take the money from and give it to the towns.
All right. Jack, why don't we find out where that is in the RSAs? I probably know, but okay. So page 119, grants, non-federal. Okay, so people used to file with towns. They got money. They don't anymore, so we give them money for not doing.
We basically collect it on behalf of the towns and give
I
it back
see,
to them,
gotcha.
rather than the people have to be filing in 2
I
separate
know what you're
places.
saying. Yeah. Do you tell them who filed and all that?
The records can be searched. It's a public
Oh,
record.
it's a public record. Okay. All right, good. Any other? So let's go on. Page 120. Oh, what is private local funds? On page 120. So this, well, the drop was because they bought all their software, right? And so the main pay. But what is private local funds? What does that mean?
That's the revenue from the LLCs that is used to run the division. I don't know why it's titled that way. We don't make those titles. It comes to us from administrative services.
Okay. All right, but that's basically
That's basically the revenue.
fees charged
Yes.
to companies for
Yep.
registering.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Representative Evil.
But the funds dropped from 10 to 5?
That is the estimate. As the year goes on, that will adjust. It's not, it very most likely won't come in at 5. It's going to come in like at 10,
Higher.
but it's,
I see.
you know what I mean? It's an ongoing, they update it as
It's
the
an
year goes on.
expense that drops.
Yes, it's an expense.
But
That's the budgeted expense. However, it's run off the fees, so depending how many fees are collected, depends on how much you have to run the division.
Is there a dedicated fund involved?
It's restricted, unrestricted revenue. I always get those backwards. It's a restricted revenue source.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so it's the expense, right? This is expense. This is not,
Right, that's the
R-
expense.
right? It's,
Source of funds.
yeah, but that's because, anyway,
Hey, I get it.
you get it. Okay. Let's go on to, where are we on? Page 120. So in the archive, was there vacant positions in 2024? Is that why there's such a smaller number there?
I believe we had one vacant position in 2024.
Okay. But
We had one.
all 10 are now there?
Yes, all positions now, yes, they're all, we don't have any vacant positions currently in the archives.
Okay. And is there really work for 10 people
And more.
and more? Okay. So explain, what is the,
That would be-
yeah,
So we have, the archives has, responsibilities in addition to, maintaining and protecting the collections that are up there. We have a couple of staff people that are constantly digitizing records. Part of that are legislative records, and I think if you get on the legislative website, there's an option for looking at the history of old bills. Well, those staff people are working to bring those digitized records forward, but they're also going backward. And so there is a fairly large window of years now where, the historical data is available. And then in addition to that, we have staff that are managing agency records. There's over 100,000 boxes of records in that facility. They are in a status that is between the active use of an agency and when they can be destroyed according to a specific retention schedule that exists. There are a lot of occasions where an agency needs to access some of the files in those boxes. And so we manage all of that. If an agency makes a request, we have people that go retrieve the files, pull them, deliver them to the agency, pick them up when they're done, bring them back, refile. And then part of that process is when the retention schedule arrives for destruction, they confirm with the agency that it is okay to destroy those records, and then that process takes place, and we make more room, obviously, in the stacks for more boxes. We just upgraded the computerized inventory system up there, and so now we've got a major project going on where we are going through all of the boxes in the archives and doing a re-inventory just to make sure we know where everything is and that the past retention schedules have been properly met.
Representative Weiler.
Are you also responsible for cataloging all these TV things that are being made in every committee? That, somebody could say, oh, we had this bill 3 other times. I want to see all the recordings of the discussion on that bill? Is that something you have to be responsible for?
I don't believe we're responsible for that in the short term, but over time, we take those records in the archives. We have created a state-of-the-art digitization center up there, and so, we're doing a lot more with digital records, helping smaller agencies digitize their records as well.
I've been impressed when somebody say, oh, I saw that from 2 years ago, and I went online and pulled it up. Wow, impressive. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Yu.
Yeah, just a comment. I remember talking about this digitization effort during capital budget discussions. And I remember once we visited Department of Justice and it was like the corridor was this wide with boxes stacked as far as the eye could see. And we were so behind on the digitization. So I know you need what you have budgeted here from visualizing it.
There seems to be no budget for equipment. Wouldn't you generally need more disk drives or more, storage, electronic storage equipment every year?
Well, we pick it up as we need it. We're in pretty good shape at the moment, so there is no
Or is that
request.
current expense, maybe?
Yeah.
No? Yeah. Okay, you have a fairly high rent that you pay. So is there more than buildings, more than just the one where I see you do the recounts, or is there other buildings too?
We get charged pretty stiff rent for the use of that building.
That's it,
Yeah.
that building, I see. Because
We
it
get
seems
charged for the annex as well.
this is
We get charged
400,000.
for the annex as well. Yeah.
Oh, the annex, yeah.
Yep, our corporations division is housed in the annex building. We get charged rent there as well.
Of course, yeah.
And the archives building, we get charged rent for. Yeah.
I mean, it just seems
It's new.
seems high, but that wouldn't come under archives, though, right?
The
Plant
annex
and
would-
property would be somewhere else.
Right. The annex would be for corporations and
Right.
securities. But yeah, we get charged pretty hefty rent for the archives building.
Yeah, it looks like 400,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. We get told what to pay and put in the budget. That's
Sure.
determined by administrative services.
okay. All right, well, maybe we'll ask them about that. Okay, next page, 122. So is this the one where you converted some consultants to full-time or something like that? Or maybe these consultants were with the new computer system?
So securities engages in a lot of enforcement actions. That's how they collect their fines. And they do have to reach out to all outside consultants and experts for the cases that they bring. In addition to that, the Secretary of State is responsible for oversight of the pooled risk organizations under RSA 5B. And we have been engaged in some actions with those organizations. They challenge us a lot in court, and that has been very expensive at times for us to manage.
Okay. Why is current expense high in 2024 and not afterward? Is that also connected to the computer system or something? Or to the consultants?
Some of that current expense could be like, not like software, but other components related to technology.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Vital records, next page. So this one looks like you're losing a federal grant right? Because the general fund component is doubling from 24 to 27. And the federal grant's down 130 or so, 125.
We have had contractual arrangements with the federal CDC to share information that is collected through the vital records process. It's in aggregate form. There's no personal identifiers that have gone along with that. Part of that is birth information related to the mother and the parents. There has been some action by the legislature recently to pull back on providing that data. And if we don't provide the data that, that the federal government is looking for, then the expectation is they're not going to pay us for it.
Okay. All right, and yet you're adding a person.
It's a conversion.
Again, that's a conversion.
Conversion.
I will tell you that the Division of Vital Records came to the Secretary of State's office in the early 2000s, probably around 2003, 2004. So they've been a part of the Department of State for at least 20 years now. Part of the agreement for taking vital records was reducing the cost and managing the agency funds for the intended purpose. There is a dedicated fund that goes with vital records called the Vital Records Improvement Fund. And those funds are to be dedicated to improve the collection of the data and the administration of the records, primarily with the city and town clerks, who are the agents for the state and and are responsible for a lot of that information. And so we've been successful in doing that. We've reduced the number of employees from when they first came over. We've kept the costs down, and we maintain a healthy balance in the fund. Healthy means right now I think it's around $3 million. But we use that to create the modules for like birth, death, marriage data, and the staff at work at Vital Records are kind of dedicated to each of those areas, even though we do cross-train. So a lot of that money is used for software upgrades and hardware that is used at the local level by the town clerks.
Yeah, because I don't see, you said it's a conversion, but I don't see any number going down, right? So you would think temps would go down or something like that, right?
Oh, because it's current, that conversion is the position, the individual that's been working on that is currently housed in the corporate budget.
Oh, I
We're
see.
sending it over. So the temp in corporate went down.
Gotcha.
You just don't see it in the vital records piece.
I see. Now, Vital Records Improvement says that it gets its money from revolving funds. So what are those?
So whenever a person requests a vital record, let's say they show up at the archives,
They pay a fee.
go to Vital Records and they want a birth certificate or a death certificate, there are
Okay.
fees that are attached with that. And a portion of those fees are diverted to the Vital Record
Gotcha.
Improvement Fund. To the extent that the clerks collect those fees in their offices, they also retain a portion of the fee for town use.
Gotcha. So add that to your list of other fees, right? To give it to us in terms of when they were last changed and
Yep.
and how much they are, and I guess where they are in statute. Okay, good. So, That's, so what's the difference between a vital records improvement employee and a vital records bureau employee?
A Vital Records Improvement employee is paid for out of the Vital Records Improvement Fund, and those individuals primarily are dealing with data that is collected as a result of the fund. The other is just employees that are paid for with a combination of general fund and federal money.
Is one more the inputs and the other is the outputs, or?
Well, the ones that are funded by the improvement fund are data input. The others are more focused on the activity that would take place, whether there was a fund or not. Those are the ones that are responsible for all of the data related to births, let's
I
say,
see.
and then another one deaths,
Mhm.
another one marriages.
Okay. All right. All right, that was my whole list. Other people have questions? Yes, Representative Weiler.
I don't know if Paula's been recognized. She's got how many years of service?
40.
It's 40. I thought it went over 40.
Oh, well, next month, it'll be 41.
Next month, 40.
Yeah.
Longest serving employee I remember. So,
No,
Well, thank you for that.
we have in DES, the longest serving employee.
Oh, Rennie.
Rennie,
Rennie
Pelletier.
Pelletier told me he's almost 50.
I think he's getting close to 50, yeah, so. You have some work to outlast.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? Any other points? Representative Griffin?
Thank you. My question, I guess, is you collect fees on a number of things that you do, and those fees find their way to the general fund, mostly?
Mostly, yes. So what we didn't talk about was in the administrative office, in our office in the State House. Citizens of New Hampshire come in there for certain things, whether it's to get an apostille for something overseas. We used to issue things like hawkers licenses, hawkers and peddlers licenses. We don't do that anymore, but they're just miscellaneous fees, applications for notary public and justices of the peace. And so we collect those fees, and they usually find they do find their way to the general fund, but there are, for example, notaries and justices of the peace. We collect the fees. We are allowed to retain, I think it's $100,000. Anything over that lapses. That allows us to pay for the staff person that administers that, and also produce the manuals that go along with what's needed for the position. And so, we manage that. And then we have a recount administration fee account, monies that are collected when the candidate wants a recount or whatever deposited in that fund. I don't know if that's lapsing or
It's
not.
non-lapsing.
But those monies help pay for the cost of
The recount.
getting people to help conduct a recount. It's not a large amount of money. It's
So that gets to my question that I want to ask, and that is, what are the total fees collected by the State Department, regardless of where they end up?
let us get that number together for you, including the money that automatically goes to the general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Weiler?
Yeah, our thoughts on that are some of these fees have been unchanged for 15, 20 years. In the meantime, we're struggling to balance a budget, and some of these fees could help if we increased the amount of money without, a lot of grief on the people because they pay them like once in a lifetime or something. And, and still, it might lessen the amount of general funds to operate that agency if we had fees that help balance it. So what we'll do is probably a major adjustment on fees because some of them haven't been adjusted in 15, 20 years, so. Yeah, or 50. Anyway, I think it's important.
Yeah, we know of one at
That's a
least.
policy decision.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? No? Well, obviously, the Labor Department is not very busy because the commissioner is here 20 minutes ahead of time, so.
Be on time.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary. All right, so we'll be in recess until 3:15.
It's staff, is that what?
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's also
26.
It's also socialists. That's the new trigger. That's the new trigger word over there. It's socialists.
Okay.
What about fees?
Fees.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you.
All right.
Bipartisan initiative.
Right. All right, let's settle down here.
All right, we're having too much fun.
We're having too much fun. It's the last one of the day, and we will recognize Commissioner Merrifield of the Department of Labor. Welcome, sir. And we are on page 299 to 304, and I have like 3 questions only, so, you know, we're not going to be here that long. All right. So page 299. Okay. All right, so why don't we start at page 304 and ask the hard question, which is,
I wanted to offer, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I could talk a little bit about our operations and then talk about significant changes in the budget, or
yeah, let's
However-
go right to the heart of it, which is significant changes in the budget.
okay.
You want 2.5 mil, oh, you have a handout?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Here it is. Okay, excellent. Why do you want 2.5 million more?
2.5 million more? Thought I was
I
level
know
funded.
there's no general funds, but still, it's somebody's funds, right? I mean,
Sure.
yeah.
So what I guess I'd like to do to start is to discuss the 2 types of revenue that support the activities of the
Go
Labor
ahead.
Department.
Yeah, let's get into the detail.
So we are funded 100% by agency income. However, it comes from 2 different distinct sources, the administration fund and the restricted fund. And the administration fund is described in the workers' comp law, and it comes from a pro rata assessment of the budget that you approve as legislature. It's assessed on all the insurance carriers based on the claims that they paid in the prior year. And so that represents actually 87% of our budget request is billed to the insurance carriers who write workers' comp in the state of New Hampshire.
So that's as opposed to on premiums.
Correct. It's based on claims paid.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep. Now, the restricted fund, on the other hand, is described in RSA 273, and it comes from the sum of all of the other fees, fines, certificates, licenses, every other kind of revenue that we produce at the Labor Department. That goes into the restricted fund, which supports any of our activities not associated with workers' comp. And then the balance of that fund after we pay our expenses each year goes back to the general fund. So I'm happy to report that our 4 best years in history were the last 4 years. Historically, the department's turned over between 1 and 1.5 million. And in the last 4 years, we've turned over either 2 or 3 million, depending on, you know, how much we've collected.
Okay. So you're saying after these expenses of 1 point something million, what's left has gone to the general fund
Correct.
of 2 to 3 million.
Correct.
I understand.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
So, in preparing our budget, Governor Sununu's office provided us with an overall efficiency target of just over 12 million. We met that target, and then second year of the budget, he allowed us to increase for certain position costs and we beat that target as well in preparing the expense budget. Governor Ayotte made only modest adjustments. She eliminated roughly $20,000 in priority needs, which actually we did not request. It was agencies that we transfer money to that requested that $20,000. So those were eliminated, and also there were some, not uncommonly in the governor's phase of the budget, there are adjustments made to employee benefits, usually a reduction, and that's what happened in this case too. So very modest changes in Governor Ayotte's budget. So in 26 and 27, we have requested no new positions. That leaves us at the 87 full-time authorized positions as supported in the prior biennium. That followed the abolition of 8 positions in the prior biennium. And we did have one position added in the most recent version of House Bill 2. The Senate added a program and a position for us. So we ended up with 87 full-time authorized positions coming into this biennial budget.
Any vacant?
I'm sorry?
Vacant ones?
Yes, we have vacancies.
Okay.
I didn't count, but several are being recruited, and several actually have been hired. I think 3 have been hired in the last few days, in fact.
Oh, so you're not subject to the hiring freeze?
We are, but we have waivers.
I see.
We have waivers.
Okay.
So notable changes in our efficiency request include a slight increase in Class 17 special payments, which we use to fund retirement or termination payouts. We had significant reductions in our transfers to DOIT and general services. An increase in equipment in year 1 for the purchase of a new truck to transport our elevator testing weights. You can imagine when you're testing a new elevator, the weights, I believe, total something like 2,500 pounds, and we're carrying them around in these little sedans that our labor inspectors use. So it's bruising anyway, and we think we'd be better off to dedicate an appropriate vehicle for that service. I'm not sure. I know the total, because they have to get up to 2,500 pounds, I think, to do the full test. Correct. In and out of the building all the time, yeah. So, let's see. Oh, and testing weights. And we also had a significant increase, you'll notice, in our statewide cost allocation plan fund, our indirect cost. We have seen that grow in the last 3 years by about $100,000 a year. So we're helping Commissioner Arlinghouse with his needs. Let's see. We also significantly reduced the budget for part-time temporary staffing, but increased the budget for our administratively attached boards, who are paid on a per diem rate for their hearings that they hold in our building. And there's a significant increase in year 1 in our Class 103 operational contracts line, and that's because I have some building needs that I think are going to have to be met by local funding instead of administrative services. So we asked for an increase there, and that really concludes what I had to say about significant changes, and I'll offer to take any questions.
All right, well, let's get back to why is fiscal year 24 so different than fiscal year 25? So that's,
We underspent by probably $2 million.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can't you do that again? Or-
I hesitate to say with certainty, but I think so.
Okay. So does that,
It doesn't help you, however,
Yeah.
to any significant degree.
I see.
Um,
So in what sense we have workers' comp all throughout the state budget,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So does it somehow, some of that make its way back to you, or?
No. Oh,
No.
well, I shouldn't say that. I guess it does. Yeah. Because
But
we
very
assess the
small, probably, right? It has to do with the ratio of number of state employees
Right,
compared to
that-
all employees, or
the
something like
state's,
that.
the state's carrier would get a share of our budget. They would have
Right.
to pay a share of our budget.
I see. And did you underspend the budget mainly because of these vacant positions? Is that in 2024?
Pretty frugal.
I think we're conservative.
Yeah, it's historically, the Labor Department has underspent the budget by a good 20%.
Hmm. Which becomes lapses? Is that?
Well,
Well,
no,
not really, right?
Not really, because again, 87% of the budget is this administration fund that is billed out to the insurance carriers. But then I am obligated, whatever is left over in that fund, I'm obligated to take out of the next year. So the
Mm,
carriers get that back. If I don't spend it, the carriers get it back.
mm. Oh, so so if we wanted somehow more money, it has to come from the restricted fund.
Right, which is a very small, actually a very small portion of what we do.
Yeah, I see. Okay. And are any of the fees and fines in the restricted fund listed in statute, or are
Yes.
they? Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all of them in one way or another, they are, yeah. Yeah. So like the civil penalties that we impose, say, as the result of a wage and hour inspection, those civil penalties are capped at $2,500 per violation by statute. But we have a formula depending on, whether it's a repeat customer, the severity of the infraction and so forth, to calculate what the civil penalty should be. But we're capped at $2,500. It's rare that we actually go to the full $2,500.
What do you mean $25 an hour?
I'm sorry?
Did you say $25 an hour?
No, $2,500
Per violation.
per violation.
$2,500 per violation? Oh, I see. Violation.
That's the maximum that the labor commissioner can impose.
Gotcha. But you have some internal, is this in rules?
No,
What you do?
it's-
No, it's just
we-
flexibility.
We have a rubric for, so that we treat everyone the same way. Have we ever visited before? Is this a frequent flyer? So on and so forth. What's the severity? Did they not pay wages, or is this just a paperwork error? So that determines how severe a penalty we'll impose.
Okay, so tell me where in statute that is, not necessarily now.
273, 11A, right, 11A. That's where the
Okay.
maximum civil penalty language is. But throughout our statute, the elevators and boiler certificates, all of that is set in statute as well.
Workers' comp has its own schematic.
Right. Workers' comp, for example, the largest revenue that we have coming out of workers' comp are penalties that we impose on the carriers for late reporting. We are allowed to charge them or fine them as much as $50 a day. Our current rubric, we're charging them $12 a day after a 10-day grace period.
I see. And that's just your own decision?
Yes,
Because the statute says $50, up to $50.
up to.
Right, I got it. All right. So we might like you to charge a little more. Yeah. Okay, I get it. But but it's not statute specifically. Okay. Currently. And many do come late, report late on this kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I could describe, I mean, our interest in that is we need to know if, for example, an employer has allowed their workers' comp policy to lapse, because now we then have workers out there who are unprotected from workplace injuries. So we're going to take some kind of action when we know, that workers are uncovered. And if the carrier is delinquent in reporting that condition to us, people could be working,
I see, for a longer period of time uncovered. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So it is important.
It is important. It's important for us to know.
Okay. Yeah, and $12 a day doesn't sound like much, right?
It's our number one revenue
Gotcha.
is the penalties on carriers. Apart from that administration.
Of
fund,
course,
but
yeah. Gotcha. Representative Weiler.
As I recall, workers' comp is a major part of your operation.
is.
And I guess people come to bring the claim to you and you decide whether it's valid or not?
We provide a forum when there's a dispute between the injured worker and the insurance carrier. We provide the forum for deciding that. And then there's also an administratively attached board who will hear appeals of our decisions as well, and they operate in our building.
Are these generally short-term and the person recovers, or is it sometimes permanent damage?
Oh, it can be, for sure.
And then do they continue to collect workers' comp if they have a permanent damage?
Settlements, right?
Yeah, there's,
Sorry.
there are, it's a possibility if an injured worker has a disability, a work resultant disability, in which a medical provider has determined that they're not sufficiently released to return to work. It's conceivable that they could continue to collect what we would call those cash benefits paid for by the insurance carrier for a long period of time. Individuals who have partial disabilities can time out on those payments. Those don't necessarily last longer than 5 years and some change, 262 weeks.
I had one person complain to me that he collected workers' comp for a while in one job, and he went to another job and he collected workers' comp there, and he said, tried to get a third job. Everybody seemed to know that he'd collected workers' comp, so is that something that's publicly available?
Claim information is protected by statute. So, the information that the Department of Labor holds relative to a particular person's claims, in the absence of a specific release from that person, isn't something we're able to share.
Maybe it's something they've got to put on the job application, but he said that seemed to be the reason why he couldn't get hired in a third job, because he collected twice.
Sure.
So I guess some
Representative-
people scam it. Thank you.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. On page 5 of your handout, you talk about the inspection division. They check establishments for compliance with employment laws. They respond to complaints. Would those be complaints from employees?
Typically,
And what would the nature of those complaints be?
wasn't paid on time. My 12-year-old son is working 40 hours a week. You name it, the gamut.
How about things like discrimination based on age or?
We will get those kinds of complaints, but they fall with the Human Rights Commission. Discrimination claim, we have very, very limited purview over discrimination of any kind.
Right. Well, the reason I asked is because we're dealing with the Human Rights Commission that just had the worst audit we've ever seen.
I read it.
And it's just incredible. People make complaints and then they lose their right to go to court because they're not dealt with for 3 years. And I wondered whether you guys could take up the slack.
It's not our statute, it's not within our purview, until you make it our purview, I guess.
Thank you so much.
For sure.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah. So I'm interested in this taxing the claims rather than the premiums.
Oh,
I'm
claims
wondering,
paid.
yeah.
I think insurance has an identical,
Something very similar.
very similar language in their statute and their funding mechanism.
But didn't we hear from them that they get money from premiums and not from claims? Yeah.
I remember reading their statute years ago, and I thought it sounded like they created us at exactly the same time.
Oh, okay.
Because the language read almost exactly the same.
Okay.
But it could well be that their formula is different.
So Melissa, can you compare those maybe? Yeah. Because I'd be interested because it's, and I'm just wondering, you know, I'm sure you don't consciously act in one way or another, right? But it does sort of put you on the side of the claim, the person who receives the claim, as opposed to a little bit less neutral, right? So which the premium might be. So I don't know. Yeah.
Well, you'll approve a budget. I hope you'll approve a budget for the Labor Department.
Sure.
And then the only use for the claims data is to decide how much each carrier is going to pay. So the income to me is going to be identical regardless of who pays.
Oh, I see.
more.
So you take your budget
And
and divide it up among all these carriers based on how many claims they're paying.
Exactly.
And otherwise, it could be based on how much premiums they charge, for example.
Yeah, I mean, you could find
Which
probably
is
a
the way
number
I
of
think,
ways.
I think in the back of my mind, that's what the insurance department does. Okay, Representative Griffin.
See, I see it just the opposite.
Okay.
By basing it on claims, you're encouraging the insurance companies not to pay claims.
Yeah, but then they get a lot of lower fees.
I would say though too, based on the amount of losses that insurance carriers pay, my budget is an afterthought. Our budget is so much smaller. That's such a tiny percentage of their costs.
And that's the same thing in the insurance department. They're 1.5% or something. I don't know. It's very tiny. Yeah. Okay. All right. Other questions? Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, just for the minutes. It's Maryfield, right?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even say my name.
You
did
might,
I?
you might have, but then I went to your website to try to find it, and I couldn't find any reference to you whatsoever.
I know some,
Yeah, so-
some of us use that as an advertising opportunity.
But there was something I came across here. I had a question on what is employee leasing?
Such a
I'll let you.
Such a very excellent question. So in New Hampshire, we have a specific statute that's administered through the Department of Labor that provides for certain requirements and licensing of what are called employee leasing companies or PEOs, professional employment organizations.
Oh, so like an employment agency type of thing, or?
Temp.
Somewhat different. So a temp agency is an employer in its own right. It takes, it has its own employees and then essentially contracts out or farms out those employees to work at like a host company. When we're talking about PEOs or leasing companies engaging in relationships with client companies under the law, if you're with a licensed organization, and that licensure does come through the department, it's one of the fees that we charge for applications and then issuance of said license. It's creating a co-employment relationship where both the PEO and then the client company are responsible for certain labor-oriented rights under the statute. So it creates a very unique employment scenario that is regulated through the department.
Oh, thanks.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
What's an example of that?
So an example would be, I believe, ADP paychecks, our PEOs,
People Source is a PEO, and essentially when when you look at the statutory requirement, this PEO almost operates or serves as the centralized, almost like human resources. So they're responsible for putting together policies for the client company, administering payroll, assuring that the insurance policies inclusive of workers' compensation are obtained, are in place for the employees who are under the care and control of the client company. So company X engages in the relationship with ADP. Company X is directing the employees, might be setting the rate of pay for those employees. The PEO is going to make sure the grievance policies are in place, the notifications about pay and hiring have gone out, that workers' comp is in place, that payroll is coming on time and is administered appropriately. So they share employment responsibilities, and each is responsible by law for their designated portion. In order for those PEOs to operate legally in our state, they do have to be licensed, they're vetted, there's certain security requirements or securities that we want to see, or that the statute wants to see on file. And then they renew, I want to say every 2 years. And then if they're in good standing for some period of time, they can go to a longer recertification period. It's a very unique situation and is often confused with the temp agencies, but temp agencies are different.
Okay.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Is your phone making noise? Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, we won't approve this yet because we want to talk about fees and stuff and possibly the human rights aspect as well. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk again, but probably not here necessarily.
Oh,
Yeah, something else. Yes, go
House,
ahead.
House Bill 2.
Oh, yes, House Bill 2. Is that in your
Did you
package?
want to discuss that today?
As long as you're here, yes.
Sure.
Where is it? Oh, page 57 of House Bill 2, okay. We only have it in draft. We don't really have the final stuff, but go ahead.
Oh, you want me to take you through our?
Yes, go ahead if you have it. Yeah.
Okay, we were alerted, our first section, I think, has to do with wage claim settlements and the wage claim settlement account. And we were alerted by Bureau of Accounts at the end of last fiscal year that we didn't have statutory authority to do what we were doing. In essence, we have a holding account for wages that are turned over to us, and we can't locate the employee. So we hold that, and it's not property of the state, so we don't lapse it, we don't turn it over to the state at the end of the fiscal year. So this was just to clarify that language so that we could maintain those wages for the employees until we could find them.
Do you turn them over after 10 years of looking or something like that?
Abandoned property eventually gets it, yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then number 2, we had a special fund in the workers' comp law that was an effort by the legislature to hold harmless when there was an overhaul of the workers' comp statute. They wanted to hold certain active cases harmless so that people wouldn't see a change in their benefits. The last recipient from that special fund has passed away, and so we are repealing that section of statute. What else do I have? Number 3, insurance carriers. Oh, yes. Danielle, you're more expert on this.
So number 3 is proposing to make an amendment to the workers' compensation statute, specifically the section 43, which talks about hearings and awards. Several years ago, back in 2006, there was an amendment to that statute that altered the compliance timeframe that insurance carriers had to issue ordered payment of cash benefits to injured workers. It changed the language from
it requiring the insurance carriers to pay injured workers if ordered to do so within 5 days of issuance of a decision, to 30 plus 5 days. The department and all of the participants in these hearing processes continued for up until very recently to operate under the former language. When it came to our attention that we were not administering it correctly, we did take steps to make the change. However, that has resulted in delay of payment to injured workers who are awaiting an appeal process. It makes them wait longer to get the money. That's resulted in an increase on outreach about delayed payment and hardship and things of that nature. So given the fact that the participants were operating under the former language, the department's been operating under the former language, we're proposing to amend that language to have it go back to 5 days from a department decision.
Sounds good. Okay.
And then the next, oh, bless you, Ken. The next section has to do with the composition of the Workers' Compensation Appeal Board. In the last version of House Bill 2, we reduced the overall size of that board because the volume is just not quite the same. This sort of normalizes the language. It doesn't make any change to anything, but the law as it now stands says on thus date, the commissioner shall reduce the board from this size. So it was awkward to leave in there in that state. We're just changing the language to be more reflective of the current circumstances.
We had another one that had a problem because of the way that the board, somebody moved like out of state, but their board position was like for 5 years or until they resign, and the guy never resigned, right? But he was not showing up either. I don't know if your language has any kind of problems like that. Maybe we should look into that. Do you remember, Melissa, this other board? No, you don't. You're looking blank. So, okay, I'll see if I can. Was it land? Was it that one? I don't know. I thought it was something else in House Bill 2. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll think about that. Or maybe it was a bill, right? Maybe it might have been a bill.
I don't think anything in HB2 is about that. We had Public Employee Labor Relation Board speak about a fee that was in HB2, but to my
No,
recollection,
this
that's
is
all.
like changing. Maybe it's just a bill I saw, but it had to do with the members of a board, right? And for some reason, they had problems because, like I said, somebody like retired and moved out of state, but never gave up their board position. And the way the thing was written was the governor couldn't reappoint this person until they quit, right? And so even though they were gone, you know what I mean? So anyways, I'll see if I can find.
It may have been flood control because we couldn't ever get a quorum and someone wasn't showing up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. I think it was a bill. All right. Yeah, that'll be on me. Let's let me make a note here. Redo governor. Just for the committee's sake, we're going to get a list from the speaker's office of like 15 commissions to get rid of because they're not meeting, you know. I mean, it's one of these things where I'm sure you're on a bunch of commissions that
For sure. Yep.
yeah, but probably you don't have to be or don't want to or something. I don't know.
Or
Yeah.
shouldn't be.
Or shouldn't. Or, yeah, right. Governor's appointment. Okay, go ahead. Next one.
Sure. And then the next section that we were asking for is to make it clear that the records and proceedings of the Workers' Comp Appeals Board that is administratively attached to us, to make it clear that those records are all confidential as well. The Attorney General has a different opinion than we do about the overriding confidentiality statute in the workers' comp law. This is just to make it clear that that board, that appellate board is also confidential. And the next section is just removing gender specific language relative to the commissioner, because someday it could be Danielle, so make sure that that's right. And let's see, hearing do you want to talk about the hearing notices?
So the next one is looking to make a change to the way that workers' compensation hearing notices issues to parties when electronic issuance is at issue. Currently, the statute authorizes electronic issuance, which would include via email, which is currently a very, post-COVID, an incredibly popular method and modality of communication. Only authorizes the department to serve notice electronically when both parties give express consent to receive electronically. There are times when frequent times when the department can't get parties to respond. We will issue the notice both by regular mail and then by email, because we have at least one email address on file from one of the parties. When notices do come back as undeliverable, and oddly enough, they frequently do, then we have difficulty issuing electronically, even if we have a email address on file, if we can't get the consent from the other party or can't get them to respond in a timely manner. That causes delays. It's additional staffing time to process both the mail, process the returned mail, and then try to get good contact information or get someone to respond for electronic issuance from both parties. So it proposes to allow the department to issue electronically to one party when that party consents, so long as notice is made to both parties, either via mail or by the
Wouldn't you make phone
notification.
calls in some cases?
Yes, I mean, to try to get a hold of that contact information.
Okay, yeah, okay. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you. Sorry, so
Sure.
this is more, I guess, probably a policy question for you, but when you're communicating with workers about if they're emailing the department on complaints, do you advise them to use a personal email versus a work email, or is it?
That's a great question. I don't believe we give guidance one way or the other. When we're talking about somebody filing a complaint with the department, we're typically talking about an employee who's filing what we would call a wage and hour complaint. They're notifying the department about a problem or concern with their employer relative to payment of wages or hours worked or things of that nature. And it's whatever email address they want to use with us. I will say, I believe most of them are not utilizing their employee addresses. On the workers' compensation side, complaints don't typically, complaints can come in when injured workers are not represented by an attorney. They tend to use their individual emails. On occasion, you will see a work email address from an injured worker.
Right, thank you. That was just a
Sure.
curiosity there in my head when you were talking.
Anything else?
Next
No?
up.
There's something that this triggered somebody brought back to me that we had 2 years ago called the Second Injury Fund. Do you remember this? Yeah.
sorry?
Do you remember that situation?
Oh, I remember it vividly.
Okay, so tell me, we didn't do anything, right, or something, but we maybe should have? I don't know, what do you think?
Yes, what we had proposed to Governor Sununu was that we sunset the special fund, which is called the Second Injury Fund. It was an effort to ensure that workers who were hired, like the friend that you described, who had previously been injured, it's a tool to recoup some of the costs if a person were to have a subsequent injury. The problem that we see is that in the modern era with the Americans with Disabilities Act, it sort of trumps that function, because you really should not be, as an employer, you really should not be asking questions about prior injuries in a hiring decision. There's a short window of time when you can do that between hiring and a start date, when you can find out that, and then they would give that information to the insurance carrier, who then can, in the event of a subsequent claim, can make a claim against the Second Injury Fund and recoup some of their costs. All of the costs are paid back to insurance carriers or self-insured entities, and all of the costs of those payments are billed through that mechanism that I mentioned earlier. And it's literally, it can be as much as double the size of my operating budget. It has been as big as in recent $22 million. So we proposed to Governor Sununu in the last House Bill 2 that that we sunset that and stop taking claims. During the House phase, it was removed through amendment from House Bill 2. So we did not propose it again here.
Representative Leishman?
Yeah, I think we had the former Senate President Bragdon here that testified against the legislation. There was a lot of pushback, I remember at the time.
But you still think it's a good idea?
Well, it's, to my mind, it is revenue neutral to the industry. It's literally one carrier is taking money from another carrier.
Right, but it had an effect on the state budget, as I remember, right? No?
No effect.
Oh, no effect? No?
All of
Because
the
I
costs.
thought we spent or we received or something,
We-
no? For
the
our own
state- the s-
employees, no?
Well, yes, yes. There is that possibility, yes, that the state had not traditionally been very good at this function.
Right, it was something like DAS had to actively pursue these kind of claims, and we weren't doing it, so therefore we were getting charged more than we were receiving.
Correct.
Something like that, right?
Right.
Because this
That
is
is correct.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, yes?
Yes, yes.
So maybe if we got rid of it, we wouldn't have to pursue this bureaucratic thing, right? And therefore we'd
Fair
save
enough.
money, yeah.
And, you know, my building, it involves some effort in my building. The Attorney General would also tell you that because they have to defend the fund in the event of denied claims and such, they have a fair amount of activity associated with the second injury fund that they would prefer not to do.
Okay. So Melissa, can you kind of resurrect this idea? Okay. All right. Very good. Anybody else? No? Representative Leishman?
We're still on House Bill 2. I saw an item that Representative Sweeney would probably support on page 60. There was a fee, and it's only $50 for the elevator certificate. And I was just curious when that was last increased, because $50 seems like an awful small amount of money to have someone go out and check an elevator.
Especially if they bring in a ton of weight.
It has not been increased at least as long as I've been at the Labor Department, and probably not for many, many years. That's
And
my
that's
guess.
like, what, 15 years or?
Oh, I would think it's got to be at least.
At least 10.
But I don't know, you know, I'm 8 years here, so.
I have a little elevator story about the State House. You know, there are two elevators in the State House that appear identical, but it turns out they discovered they have completely different mechanisms. One has a cable that pulls it up and down, and the other has a hydraulic
A piston,
that
yeah.
moves it up and down. Right? And so just because, you know, one was done in this era and one was done in that era, it's very interesting.
And if you
Anyway.
don't do what you're told, they'll cut the cable when you.
Okay, anything else? No? All right, well, thank you very much for coming, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
All
My
right.
pleasure.
Do we want the RSA?
For the second injury? The $50 elevator? Yeah. Well, he's getting us all kinds of fee-related information. Okay. Oh. Well, it's in House Bill 2, right? So when we
It
go
is,
over the
yep.
detail, yeah.
Because we're asking for a process change.
But it could be
the
that at
elevator.
the same time, we
But
should
yes,
make a.
absolutely,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. How many elevator inspections are there per year?
5,000-ish, yeah, that's rough and tough.
A lot of carrying weights.
Well, well, I don't think they weight test, I don't think they weight test every time.
It's not in every.
Not, it's for acceptance, right?
And
Yeah.
that's only when we go out there a lot, right?
Just use state employees.
Thank you all
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, so tomorrow, we have a very heavy day, I believe, right? So there's some agencies with much bigger budgets and things like that. So, all right, we'll see you at 10, right? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't know, Melissa, do you know? I think we have the AG as one of the biggest, right? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have the Attorney General's office coming in. We have YDC coming in. So we start at 10 with Department of Business Economic Affairs, then Department of
And they're
Administ-
complicated, yeah.
Yep, and then Administrative Services, which is very complicated. 1:15, we have Department of Justice. 2:15, Human Rights Commission, and then 2:45, we have the YDC Settlement Fund.
Yeah, so these are all big, all important, so maybe read through your House Bill 1 or, tonight, if you can, yeah.
He actually won't be here, but he has some fun. But I do have a letter that was emailed to a couple of you on here, but I have the official letter for the division that I can hand out.
Oh, good question. Did you send this House Bill 2 stuff you talked about to the lake?